Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Canterbury Park. Please rise as Miss Lillian Hockman leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
Outstanding indeed. Welcome to racing from Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast and the turf course is good. If you'll open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on the card, starting in race number 1, where the 5-horse should be listed as a gelding. XL, the 5, in race 1, is a gelding. No changes in the second half of the early double. No changes in race 2. Our first scratch of the day and the season will take place in race number 3. There's a couple of them. The inside 2 markers in race 3. Number 1, Devoted to You, and number 2, Political Riot, both scratched in race 3. Race 3, take out 1 and 2. Race 4 offers no changes. Race 4, free and clear. Onward to race number 5, where the 1-horse, Blues Traffic, should be listed as a gelding. The 1 is a gelding. The also eligibles, 13 Kapow, 14 Straight from the Deuce, and 15 Jamaica Mistaka, all scratched. Take out 13, 14, and 15 in race 5. Up to race number 6 for our next change. Race 6, take out the 2, Hazard to Your Health. Race 6, take out the Deuce. Late double starts in race number 7. 2 and 4, both are listed as geldings. The 2 and 4 in race 7 should be listed as geldings. And in the lucky last, race number 8. Race 8, a couple of scratches here to close out the opening night card. Take out the 4, Uncaptured Warrior, and take out the 7, Fayette Warrior. Race 8, take out 4 and 7. Do note that the second jewel, the Triple Crown, happens between our first and second live race. The Preakness Stakes from Pimlico In between race 1 and race 2 here at Canterbury, as Mystic Dan tries to lock up leg 2 and head to New York with history in the making. Up next, we go to the studio. All the pertinent information here at Canterbury Park with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Welcome to Canterbury Park as we embark on our 30th season of live racing here in Shakopee, Minnesota. Hello, I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We've got quite a racing product tonight. I think we've got fantastic racing. I'm excited about opening night. Yourself?
How could you not be excited about opening night? And it's a beautiful one out here. You did see some rainfall out in Maryland, a couple days worth actually, to affect the Preakness card. Not the case out here. Had some storms last night, but it is a gorgeous Saturday to start the live season out here. And 8 races that saw minimal scratches, like we heard from Kevin. And it was a good card to begin with, and the beautiful day only adds to the appeal. I think it's going to be a really fun night.
Let's take a little look at our calendar for the year. We're going to run basically 3 days a week. Thursday nights and Saturday nights at 5 and Sundays at 1 o'clock. Then when we get to July, we'll add 3 Wednesdays in there. We've got a week off for a rodeo, which is going to be a lot of fun, but that's a look at our calendar. And, I think it really fits the horse population. And the goal here this year, and it's working the first 2 days, I saw next Saturday's entries, Amber Carlisle now running the racing office, is to give every horse multiple opportunities to run. And that, I don't think that's always the case, but I think what will happen, if that works, is we're going to have big fields.
And we're going to have fields that you can start to follow and find patterns with. If you see the same horses come in and out and go through their conditions, sometimes you can find value with them, and giving more horses the opportunity for more racing only adds to the appeal of wagering as well. Fuller fields, horses that we can follow through an entire summer that get more opportunities, always a good thing.
Familiarity is popular and important in racing, and you can take a look at last year's jockey standings. 5 of the top 10, 3 of the top 5 jockeys not back, but when a void is created, it usually gets filled.
Well, opportunity comes along for everybody else that's in the room still, and you can see the standings behind us from last year. Gallardo is back here, and we also have Constantino Roman and Alonso Quinones with a lot of mounts on opening night. You can see the standings from last year. Harry did run away with it a bit before going back and forth at the end of the season, but it's going to be a competitive room again, and a good room to be around too. I mean, you can tell that they care about each other, they get along, and it's really easy to like all of the riders that we have on board for the Canterbury season.
15 riders right now. 15 riders ride tonight. I saw there's another name, a new name on the stand or in the entries next week, but that means they're going to ride a lot of races. 3 of the riders tonight, in fact, have 8 mounts.
I know. It's hard to imagine, but I mean, we got that many horses going tonight, and it's a very special night for us. And these are the trainers from last year. You can see Joel Byrne ran away with it pretty much from the start, but Mac Robertson finishing up second. And both of these two will have some changes this year. And of course, we talk about Bob Lothenbach and a lot of stock that he had. Some has changed hands. Joel Byrne has some of his older trainees. Mac Robertson has some. There's different people now associated with some of those horses, and of course we'll see Minnesota-bred 2-year-olds add their names into the mix. But a lot of these stables all back for the 2024 season at Canterbury.
Joel Byrne and Bob Lothenbach did things that we'll probably never see happen here again at Canterbury Park. The number of wins that they amassed together, the purse money that they ran out, and unfortunately and unexpectedly, last November, Mr. Lothenbach passed away, and that's what Ange was referring to with some of the horses now changing hands. Some of them have stayed in Joel's barn. You'll see some horses that that were owned by Bob Lothenbach in other stables. But I had a chance to talk with Joel right before the meet started here early this week. Let's take a look at that video.
I was fortunate to train for Mr. Lothenbach, mostly the Minnesota breds, and the legacy that he established here in Minnesota was very unique and a special thing, and he put his passions and his resources into breeding a high-quality Minnesota bred, and it's going to be sorely missed. We were lucky enough to have some owners step up and buy some of Bob's horses that he had bred and raised, and we had an outstanding support from owners from Minnesota and outside of Minnesota to acquire some of the horses to ensure that they'd come back to race at Canterbury. The goal always was to be leading owner, and that was the focus of our stable. This year, the goal would be, like any trainer, just to try to win as many races as you can, to try to develop a good horse, and just be competitive throughout the summer. training horses or riding horses for the jocks, it's always important to get off to a fast start. We have 8 in opening night. You know, law of averages, we'd like to win 2 or 3 if we could. And if not, it's going to be a long summer, and we hope to win our fair share. Opening day at any racetrack is fun. There's always hype and anticipation for everyone, the fans, the jockeys, the trainers. And we just want a good, fun opening weekend. Everybody enjoy themselves and start the year off right.
And speaking of Joel Burnt and a former Lothenbach trainee, Victorious Vanda is tonight's play of the day, trained by Joel Burnt and was a former Lothenbach trainee. Now, Bob Lothenbach purchased this horse for $100,000 as a yearling. Hasn't started off quite yet, needed a little bit of time to grow into the 3-year-old that hopefully he shows his mettle tonight. Victorious Vanda has some good works leading into this, including a very sharp gate work at Hawthorne. He has a very tough field to run down, or I guess to lead most of the way, but signs are good for this one. The Grand Dam on him was precocious. He's a beautiful gray horse. There's a lot to like about him. Hopefully we can get around 6-1. Not hopeful that it'll be that price, but maybe in the 9-2 area, and that is your play of the night.
Victorious Vanda, I believe named after Matt Vanda, one of the most successful boxers from St. Paul's East Side. The Predator, we called him, won multiple professional fights. I'm with you. Single for me with that horse. Now, there's a lot of new things going on at Canterbury Park. When you're sitting in the grandstand, you look out at the backstretch, you look over to the first turn. A lot of things going on here. When you came in, if you haven't been here for a year, you'll see all the development with the amphitheater, some of the new residential areas. But if we can get a live shot, possibly, of those barns, the 3 barns on the backstretch that hold 108 horses each, that's kind of cool. On that first turn, the 7 furlong distance. Now, we don't have that shoot done yet. And you, as a member of the STEAM team, are going to help people handicap that when we do. It probably will happen sometime in June. I think mid-June we'll start using the 7 furlong chute. The new safety rail was installed to make the track even safer than it has been. We've always had a great safety record. But those are things and examples that Canterbury's doing as we continue what's been a $15 million reinvestment in our backstretch, and that's something that we continue to do. We're investing in Minnesota racing because we know Minnesota racing has a strong future, and that's that. Now, the pick 5. I'm proud of our pick 5, the lowest takeout in the world, but we made it even better.
Well, because we doubled it up. We have 2 pick 5s now, and of course, one will start here in the first. We used to have the post time pick 4. Now we got the first 5. That'll be the first 5 races of the day, every racing day. That'll be our beginning pick 5, and then we got the final 5. That's going to be the last 5 races of each day. Now today they fall in races 1 and race 4. Kevin is going to take you through the first one, the first sequence of 5. I will take you through the final 5, and both of those, I mean, they're not easy, especially the crossover legs. And this is going to be a fun way to maybe see some carryovers, to see some bigger pools, to get some of these difficult fields wound together in difficult wagers that pay big. And that 10% takeout, like you mentioned, lowest in the universe.
Right. If we can have competitive racing like we have tonight with those 2 pick 5s, I think we can generate some carryovers, and that could lead to great things. And by the way, if we do have a carryover, it will always carry over to the first pick 5. All right, thanks for joining us again. This is year number 30 at the park, and we're really, it's a pleasure and it's a privilege to have you joining us here, whether you're on track or watching from anywhere in the world. That being said, you're 1/3 of the STEAM team. The other 2, Paul Allen and Kevin Gorg, they're coming up next. The touchdown tile today at the races in just a minute.
Hey, indeed. Welcome back to Racing at Canterbury Park. It is season 30 for us here at Canterbury Park. Round of applause, please, if those of you here are of the anniversary variety. We feel really good to be back at Canterbury. A lot of us, certainly Kevin Gorgon, yours truly, Paul Allen, Angela Herman, who's the other part of the STEAM team. You've already heard from her, Jeff Madej, boss Randy Sampson, the Gravelis family. You know, a lot of us will follow racing year-round. And leading up to the Kentucky Derby through the Breeders' Cup, things like that, some more than others. But when it gets here for the live racing, and we see so many familiar faces with those here in the crowd, or the trainers and the riders and those on the gate crew and the starter and stuff, it's just wonderful to see all the faces, familiar faces that come back to the races. Thank you very much.
Yeah, PA, you're right. It's just for us, it's it's our happy place. There's no doubt about it. I'm most comfortable when I get out here in the paddock, and it's time for that weather to turn here in Minnesota. You get all the fans you mentioned that are just such great people to work with. The fans here come out and support racing. It brings energy to every night, every day that we do this job, and it's so much fun to be a part of it. So, yeah, I can't wait to get started. We got a great card tonight. We got turf racing right off the hop, and we got the Preakness. So, man, I'm getting my fill today at Canterbury. I can't wait.
And there are a bevy of changes to the racetrack. You know, you heard Jeff Madej and Angela talk about the $15 million that we've put into the backside for the barns and the renovation and things that are going on there. There are different things here, levels 1, 2, and 3. Make sure you tour Canterbury and see what's new for you. This preview show is now sponsored by Touchdown Tile and touchdowntile.com, so that's new. But when it comes to, I was really happy that Jeff and Angela talked about the money Canterbury Park is putting into the backside, where the grooms live, and a lot of backsiders, and those who care for the horses 7 days a week. That's just so underrated and so important to us here at Canterbury Park. Whether it's the Leg Up Fund for injured or disabled riders, mattresses, air conditioners, new barns, a lot of things done on the backside. That's along with family. That's really been the fiber of what we've done for 30 years.
Yeah, the men and women that work back there are the key to the whole thing working and making this great product come out there for our entertainment value. And when you work like we do in the press box and you calling the races, Ange and I in the paddock, you get to know some of these folks and get to go on the backside and see the hard work that goes in there. There's no day off in horse racing. It's 7 days a week. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. These horses need to be taken care of, and they are expertly, but it's long days. And again, we don't get to have these great race cars with all these wonderful thoroughbred athletes unless those men and women are toiling on the backside. To see some of those improvements and to see the money that the Sampsons are putting back into this product, it makes you feel good about what we're doing.
And it's the 30th anniversary of racing at Canterbury Park. It's also the 30th anniversary of Kevin and I pausing for Cody Classic to take the opening day picture. So here we go, 3-2. All right, thank you. The Preakness Stakes is today, too, so that's what we do over here. They execute their toil on the backside, get the horses ready and stuff like that. And over here, we take a look at races. And, when Kevin and I, or Kevin and Angela, or Angela and I are here, Jeff Madej, too, we will look at each race and give out 3 horses that we think like our 1, 2, 3 order. If there are win bets that we are making, we will share with you. We are betting to win on the horse. And if there are pick 3, 4, or 5 wagers that in sequential fashion that we can share with you, we do that too. Of course, we're open for any questions when we're done as we negotiate the racetrack known as Canterbury Park, and our information booth is there for you if you have any questions about the facility, the days we run, what's on the website, wagering strategy, stuff like that. It's adjacent to Dave's Faves. That's the green sheet. Superstats Dave Handelin puts that out. I think it's $2. Chock full of winners, isn't it?
Yeah, $2, and it doesn't just give you winners, but it gives you kind of a roadmap to success. Top 4 picks in every race, some exotic wagers like pick 4s and pick 5s and doubles. Superstats Dave puts a ton of time into this, and he's an awesome handicapper. This is a guy that plays in national handicapping contests, so it's a good $2 to spend. It gives you a little kind of a bump there throughout the day, and you can have your own opinion. You can kind of bounce your ideas off all of us, but in the end, I think it's a nice investment.
All right, so let's dive into racing at Canterbury Park, where assumedly it's a fast main track and a firm turf course, despite a little bit of rain yesterday. And in the first race, we have no scratches, we have no rider changes, we have sadly our first official lifestyle change for something that's taken place in this race. Number 5 XL is a gelding, so he moves forward that way, and
they're done that.
We wish him nothing but the best. But this race, when I first saw it last Sunday, Saturday, when they drew the races, and I started with number 1, the Alligator Hunter, and I looked at that name, and then I see Crocodile Hunter, the 10-year-old Minister of Soul, XL to a certain extent, Plain Talk, Sea to Success. I mean, if you came to Canterbury like 5 times all last summer, the last few years, you know a lot of these names. So, I mean, these are fantastic runners with a Minnesota bred who's going to be favored. Number 1, the Alligator Hunter, and that's where your pen fell first. Tell us why.
Well, I just think the shape of the race, as I handicapped this race, and I probably didn't need the racing form. To your point, we've seen these horses run time and time again, but Hap Hot is so fast out of the starting gate. We know that big gray Plain Talk's going to be out there on the front end doing what he likes to do. Minister of Soul won't be far back, and I look at a horse like the Alligator Hunter. He's got some versatility. He can win in the turf. He can win going long. He can win going short, but what that tells me, PA, is he can work out a trip here where if he gets out in good order, he can go out there and battle with the best of them in a 5.5 furlong race and come out on top. If he doesn't get out to the lead, if he sits just off of it, he's comfortable passing horses, and I think he'll get the job done. Probably not at a big price, but I do think the shape of the race favors him in race 1. I'm super intrigued by your top pick, the 4, Minister of Soul. This is a 10-year-old that's won 18 races. I love horses like this that come out every 2-3 weeks and lay it all on the line. So I go 1, 4, and 5, and I just can't wait to watch this race. It's going to be a humdinger.
And you know, with this being the 30th anniversary of racing at Canterbury, it behooves us to thank Pete Batson, one of the owners of the Alligator Hunter, along with trainer Tim Padilla, who's another owner, Alonzo Quinones, those who have been coming out to Canterbury believing in our racing product for decades. I mean, when we opened in 1995, Alonzo's older brother Luis was the champion jockey the first 5 years. So so he was the champion jockey, and there are vivid memories from 95. Go Jack won the Lady Canterbury, then in 97 you had KZ Bay. So we've just seen so much over 30 years, including probably about, I'd say, 22 years ago. Your favorite time here, doubleheader Saturdays. When we started off, 6 quarter horse races, and then pause for 90 minutes, go hit a bucket of balls, come back for the thoroughbreds.
Those were long days.
Yeah.
I like having one card, one night like we've got right now. If you want to mix in some races from Baltimore, I'm all good. But those doubleheaders, man, too much.
Well, so I'm going to take a stab here, and I am betting number 4, Minister of Soul, to win. And this is a 10-year-old, so us old guys stick together. And for those of you who follow the past performances, you can see a lot of good things here. 6 for 17 at the distance, 3 for 9 on Canterbury's main track. But the thing with Minister of Soul that I've noticed the last few years, because he's here every single year, is that when he gets sharp, you want to follow him. And when he falls off a little bit, the old guy might take a little bit to come back, like 2-3 races or so. And I really like the last race that he ran, and the winner came back to win. And he's outside of the Alligator Hunter, and he has tactical speed. So I'm going to take Minister of Soul. With the Alligator Hunter, 9 for 15 at Canterbury. Everybody here knows, if you come out a few times, know who he is. He's a tough customer with earnings approaching $400,000. He's Canterbury immortality. If he wins by 3, I'm not going to be surprised. But, I just challenge people to find his last win at 5.5 on the dirt, because he's won around 2 turns on Festival of Champions Day, and he's incredibly good sprinting on the turf. I'm just looking for that last 5.5 furlong win on the dirt, and the answer would be 2021. So I'm going to pick this one. I'm going to take it to 4, 1, and 2. Race number 2, KG, what you going to do here?
I'm going to look for a price. I thought this $10,000.
Oh, you know what? My bad. Let's go to the Preakness, because after the first is the Preakness. We'll have, got Kevin and Angela will be handicapping it a little bit on television monitors here, walking you up to the race where Mystic Dan, the Derby winner, he's looking to go 2 of 3 and give Triple Crown Immortality a chance. Belmont Stakes Day in 3 weeks. That'd be phenomenal. I'm betting Catching Freedom to win, but if Mystic Dan wins, that's cool, as long as we can get a horse with a Triple Crown chance. What do you like?
Well, I like the fact that there's no real clear-cut favorite. There's one double-digit horse in the wagering, and the odds right now are depicted by well over $1 million in the pool, so they're not going to change that much. The one horse is double digits. Everybody else is single digits, but the lowest price I saw on the board as recent as a half an hour ago was Mystic Dan at 3-1. So this is a race where if you can find the trifecta, the superfecta, or the exacta, you're going to get paid. And I'm going to key in on two horses. I think Mystic Dan is going to get the exact same trip he got in the Derby. A track that's drying out, that took a bunch of water, where he's on the inside, saving all the ground with Hernandez, and he can pounce when it's time to turn for home. The horse I really like on the outside as the value play, I think last I saw he's 4 or 5-1, is the 9 Imagination with that early speed in a race. I just don't see a ton of speed in. I think the 9's going to be there, turning for home as the horse to catch. So I'm going to key in on the 5 and the 9. I think the 2 is a super interesting bomber. And I've got a couple of my favorite handicappers, Negative Dave out in Arizona and Angela Herman upstairs, that both like Just Steel, the 7, who's 10-1. Do not leave their horse off your tickets.
Well, I'm going to add one more. My man right there, Tom Cosgrove, he's part of the My Racehorse group that owns Seize the Gray. It doesn't matter if they have 1% or 100%, they're part of this horse. And so I've been following Seize the Gray pretty much all year. And that's number 6, Seize the Gray. In the Jeff Ruby Stakes, the Juarez gave the horse a really bad ride, and they missed qualifying for the Derby points-wise by like that much. So that's how that horse should have run in the Kentucky Derby and didn't. Came back, didn't fire at Keeneland despite some trouble, and then Derby Day won the Pat Day Mile like a good thing. So big step up, obviously, against Dan and Catching Freedom. God bless you guys. Best of luck to you, too, and to the Cosgrove family. Thanks for supporting Canterbury the way you do.
That's awesome.
Race number 2. Let's get back to that. What you going to do?
Looking for a price. I just saw race 2 look like a race where there was some wide open handicapping to it. So I settled in on the 4-horse, Pageant Perfect, in from Will Rogers, a little fitness tightener, a ship and dip, Jeff Madey's favorite handicapping angle, where this horse has been facing better. She gets a little class relief here today. And third time off a layoff, to me, is when you're going to get a horse to maybe fire with her best. She's going to have to improve. That 19 by her speed figure last time looks a little light compared to some of the ladies in this race. But I think she's got enough natural speed to get a good trip. I don't know that we're going to get that 8-1 price, but I think she's got a chance to upset the apple cart. I'll go 4, 2, and 3.
And I'm going to pick this one 2, 3, and 4, and I am betting number 2 to win unless we're below 2-1. It's trainer Joel Byrne. Okay, he's one of the best trainers in the history of Canterbury Park. All right, but there was some tragic off-season news for him in that his main owner Bob Lothenbach, Robert Lothenbach Stables, you may notice in the program. Well, Bob died, and God rest his soul. A. But B, the horses went through dispersals, and he has a lot of them back. But what I'm getting at here is I stayed in touch with Joel a lot this offseason, and it's a transition time for him, man. And if there's anybody who can carry the weight of a transition and hustle his way right back to where he should be atop the standings, it's going to be Joel. So with the horses he has going, as the stable continues to grow, I'm on him because I know he can train. Run Bambi Run got a tightener at Hawthorne, showed a little bit of speed on that deep track, and doesn't face any world beaters here. So I'm going to go with that one first. Dixie Girl 2 second, Pageant Perfect third. It's 2, 3, 4 for me. I'm betting the 2 to win, and scratch number 6 in that race, Always Smiling. The third race is our first turf race of the 2024 Canterbury Park season, and we scratch numbers 1 and 2. Numbers 1 and 2 scratch here. So from 3 through 8, I know KG falls. This is what's going to happen with a lot of our turf races this year. Even if we just have 6 horses in it, I take 7 Papa Rizzo, Kevin takes 4 Thick Haze, Angela takes 8 War Chest. Because our turf course is so unpredictable, specifically when they haven't run on it in 8 months. So Thick Haze, that veteran owned by Revac and Rocket Wrench, they have 2 in here. Why do you like this one?
Well, I got a couple of factors I like about Thick Haze. I'm going to start with the jockey. I think turf racing magnifies the jockey's responsibilities. We've got the Bug Boy here. So the horse gets in light. Carmona, the kid that's riding this horse, Chuck Costanza, a dear friend of ours, gave me the backstory there, rode all winter at fairgrounds. Now, if you're at the fairgrounds, you're taking on jockeys like Florent Giroux, who race in the Breeders' Cup and Triple Crown races. So you see this kid right now comes into Canterbury, 4 wins from 109 mounts, and I think a lot of people are going to disregard this young man as a rider. You get to Canterbury here, smaller fields, I think some really live mounts like this one, and he's going to want to show his skills early because jockeys make money when they win races. They don't make a lot of money when they run up the track and finish 5th. Carmona's on a live one here. 6 for 12 at Canterbury, a nice 1.5 mile tightener at Sam Houston last time, and a little more natural speed. I think Angie's horse is super live, the outside horse, but that horse comes from way downtown, and I think Thick Haze gets first run. You're on Papa Rizzo, who's going to be on the opposite side of the field on the front end. Can't wait to hear why you like that horse, but I love turf racing because it always comes down to that final 50 yards.
Well, if it doesn't, Guillermo Rodriguez, a new rider here. Okay, I'd like to welcome you to Canterbury Park and just let you know that this old 9-year-old Papa Rizzo, if you've never been on him, if he looks like Lone Speed, then he is Lone Speed. If they challenge him, he runs away from them, and he's an old guy who will give you every single thing he has. So I'm hoping Guillermo Rodriguez gets to the winner's circle. With Papa Rizzo, we've just seen it early in seasons for years. He gets here, he gets on the lawn like he's bred by John Deere and just eats it up and takes him as far as he can. So and I think I'm going to get good odds. So I'm gonna pick at 7-4-8 in race number 3. This is the Touchdown Tile Preview Show. Welcome to Canterbury Park for opening day. It's our 30th anniversary of live racing at CBY. And on behalf of our television department and Canterbury's management team, and really all of us here, including the Dark Star Press Box, we're really happy that you came out today. We have quite the sizable crowd. Preakness is after race 1. And make your wagers on all races, Canterbury or the Preakness, as early as possible, just to avoid any type of line. 4th race, let's go back to that turf course. Now, this begins the second pick 5, all right? In race number 1, we start the first 5, right? That's the first 5.
First 5, baby.
Yep,
and
the late pick 5 on the final 5 live races, it's 50 cents, and still nation low takeout at 10%. That's what we do. And in this one, we have no scratches. We have no rider changes. Turf race with 10. This looks good enough to eat.
Yeah, it does. Big field, which means there's potential for some big prices. You mentioned Joel Burnt. When you're a trainer like Joel Burnt and you have a Minnesota bred and you've got 3.5 months to make the hay while the sun is shining with those big purses here at Canterbury for those Minnesota bred horses, you're not going to waste a start. And because Vinny's a Canuck, the 3 is here from Chicago. He's a Minnesota bred. And although he hasn't had success yet on the turf, if a trainer like Joel Burnt puts this horse on the grass, I'm going to trust him because, as you mentioned, he's one of the best trainers in the history of our racetrack. Good post, great jockey in Gallardo. I think Gallardo's got a legitimate chance to win the Jocks title this year. This kid's so talented. So I think the 3 is the play on top. I've got a couple of long shots I'll mix in underneath. I'm going to go 3, 7, and 9. Do not sleep on the 9. I'm going to tell you right now, Troy Bethke's horse, this 9, Kal-El, is going to be loose on the front. And if this turf, and again, this is early in the meet, if the turf is playing to speed, that 9 can hang around longer than the tote board will tell you. So 3 on top, 9 is my sneaky bomber.
Yeah, I pick it 3-5-1, and that's great news for the owners of number 7, Total Surprise, because without identifying said owner, I can just say they rolled up for the first time, looking at the touchdown tile today at the races very intently. Like this horse that's shipping in is going to be fat odds. It's been a long winter, and a win bet would be really, really nice, so don't talk it down. And best of luck to Total Surprise right there, brother. I love you, man. Good luck with Total Surprise to the Reback family and Team Reback, but I'm with Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, or as he once was called, Cousin Vinny's a Canuck, for a lot of the same reasons Kevin shared. It's 5. Make that 3-5-1 for me. But don't sleep on number 7, Total Surprise. Out of the 5th race, number 1, Blues Traffic is a gelding. Blues Traffic is a gelding. We verified that, mouse checked. Other than that, scratch numbers 13, 14, and 15. And now, as this wonderful opening day card begins, we begin our final pick 4 today. Pick 4, 50-cent wager. pick the winners of 4 consecutive races, and pick fours pay hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. You can use as few or as many horses in each race as you want, and we think you'll have a good time. It is 4-5-3 for me, 4-5-3.
Yeah, you got a full gate of 12 Minnesota-bred maidens going 5.5, so there could be some chaos. I also think there could be some traffic. So I wanted to find the speed, as Dark Star used to talk about in our press box. And number 3, Mach 2 at 6-1 in the morning line is all speed. Love the race that Mach 2 ran back on April 1st up at Will Rogers Downs. Did all the dirty work up front, lost by a dirty nose on the wire. The silver lining is that purse was $22,000. Now they get to come to Minnesota. Juice up purse for the Minnesota breds. We're running for $33,000. Great situation for Luis Fuentes and Mach 2, who I think can take them all the way. I am intrigued by a couple of first-time starters. You mentioned them both. The 4, Victorious Vanda, and the 5, Wild Thor, both look like well-bred, super talented horses. Come out to the paddock, see what they look like. Let's talk about the betting, see if they're taking some cash. I think the 4 and the 5 are the wild cards, PA, in race 5.
Yeah, I'm going to go with number 4, and this one's trained by Joel Burnt, high-end trainer, as we mentioned. Eduardo Gallardo rides for him. That doesn't happen often, but when it does, let's see. Oh, they only win 71% of the time. All right, so what's the ROI? $6.26. Okay, so we got a couple of works at something called HUF, and then we go to a real track, Hawthorne. 59-1 from the gate. All right, double my wager. I'm going to make it. I'm going to pick that one on top, and we're going to move on to race 6 now, as the horses are about ready to be in this paddock. Scratch number 2, Hazard to Your Health. Scratch number 2. I select this one, 957. 957.
Yeah, 9's going to be a low-price favorite. What do you do with Honorable Mischief? I think she's going to be tough to beat. I can't single her in the pick 5, but I can't go very deep here because she's likely going to be 3 to 5 odds, and she comes in from Oaklawn Park after facing significantly better. She gets a little leg weary late, so if you're going to bet the 9 here with us and you're going to single this horse in your pick 5, you're going to be looking really good early. You might need a stiff drink if you're 21 or older when they get into that final furlong. I go 9-7-5 in this race.
And here come the horsies walking from the backstretch up the breezeway back to the saddling circle, and they're going to head into the paddock. For those of you who are new, after they have their saddles and their equipment and everything, and that's when they're going to meet. They're going to meet their riders, and the riders will get instructions from trainers, and owners will be there, and it's a beautiful day, and all of you will bet and hopefully win. 7th race, race number 7. We have a couple of geldings here. That means they were colts, they were horses, they were gelded for whatever the reason, and no scratches, no rider changes. Who do you like? What you going to do?
Yeah, I think race 7's a tricky puzzle, PA, because the 6, Distorted Pro, has the big buyer figures. You get Mac Robertson. You get the Bug Boy, which I think is super interesting, and you get a nice, sharp 59-2 breeze at Canterbury. So the 6 looks good enough to eat on paper. But this horse is 1 for 10. This horse has been bet many times and failed to finish the deal. So as much as I think Distorted Pro can and should win, I'm going to look for a price here. I'm going to try the 9, Johnny Bigani. 3-year-old taking on Elders, which I know can be pesky in May, but I loved the talent I saw last year. This horse showed me something in that race back in August. I'll talk about this horse in detail when we go over our power play. Thanks again to Tri-State Bobcat for their sponsorship. But this horse is going to be 7, 8, 9 to 1 with Gallardo outside attack post. Yes, Distorted Pro's the horse to beat, but I'm going to try the 9. I'm going to go 9, 6, and 8.
Boy, now both Cosgroves are over there ready to just crush Seize the Gray in the Preakness. Good luck to you guys. The 7th race that we just did, I'm betting number 5, Birdie Machine, to win. I think I have maybe 3 win bets today. One of them will be number 5, Birdie Machine, as the great Kevin Gorg, Senior Spotty, handicapper at Canterbury Park, once said. I've seen this movie. I know how it ends. We have Johnny Bigani on the outside, and I think he's going to take a fair amount of money, believe it or not. And if you look at Johnny Bigani, I mean, shoot, he ran in the Northern Lights Futurity last year. I mean, super talented horse. There's old Birdie Machine running in $10,000 claimers, and could have had him for $15 in August of last year. We'll take our chances with Birdie Machine 3 of 8 at the distance, 2 of 6 at this racetrack. I got Rodriguez on a victory here, and it's Joel Byrne. So I'm going to take that one, and I'm going to bet it to win.
Nice.
Now the 8th race, that's the final live race. We do have some scratches here, by the way. The 8th race, scratch numbers 4 and 7. 4 and 7 have scratched. Uncaptured Warrior and Fayette Warrior. So the Warriors cannot come out to play, yay. I'm on boat song number 8, KG's on the other Mac.
Yeah, I'm on Martini Blue here. Lukewarm fashion. I'd have to have some depth to that pick 5 ticket. I'm not going to single Martini Blue. I do like the cutback. A mile last time at Oaklawn Park, flashed a little speed, got a little tired, had some trouble within that race. I went back and watched the replay, was off a little tardy. It's Mac Robertson, it's Canterbury, it's opening night, and it's your guy Cedric Ceballos, the old Phoenix Sun from downtown for a 3-pointer.
Ceballos.
So I'm going to go 3, 6, and 9 in the lucky last.
All right, now go to CanterburyPark.com. Oh, Jay, look at your phone, make sure I retweeted the right thing. Jay Litza, Star Tribune handicapper. But no racing tomorrow. Go to CanterburyPark.com and get the full schedule. When we settle into it, we're going to be Thursdays at 5, Saturdays at 5, Sundays, Family Day. That's the identity of us. That never will change. And we have a lot of holiday things coming up and stuff like that. And we're really, really happy you opted to come out and see us today. We wish we were racing tomorrow, but Kevin has told me if you do so well today and you want to come back tomorrow and get some betting in, Kevin and a couple of friends will meet you and they'll race on the main track, and you can bet on the individuals. And so that could be your fix for Sunday. Good seeing you again, brother.
Great seeing you, PA.
Love
Let's
you,
have
buddy.
some fun.
Angela Herman, she'll be down here as part of the STEAM team. And on behalf of Jeff Madej and the CBY Track Flack Group, all of us in the Dark Star press box, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson and the TV department, and our boss and friend, Randy Sampson, and our management team, I'm Paul Allen. Thank you very much for joining us. Opening day for a 30th year of racing at Canterbury Park. Thank you.
We are 6 minutes away, now 5, from the start of the 2024 Canterbury season. No scratches or jockey changes in our first of the day, which kicks off the early pick 5. 5 minutes to post. Your current 4 to 5 favorite, the 1, the Alligator Hunter.
All right, Canterbury faithful, Kevin Gorg with you as we go through the first 5. The pick 5 opportunities here are usually pretty solid. This one no different. I've got an $18 ticket I've put together, and although I'm on the 1 in race 1, the Alligator Hunter, and I think he is by far the most likely winner, I wanted a little insurance. I think the 4 horse, who by the way looks really good warming up right now, has a puncher's chance to pull up the upset. That's Minister of Soul. So I'm going to use both the 1 and the 4 and look at the speed up front, come back, and let those 2 horses battle as they get close to the wire. In race 2, I'm going to use 2, 3, and 4. I've got the 4 horse on top at 8 to 1 there, so I'd like to see that horse win in that clump, but I've got 3 options there. In race 3, I'm using 4, 7, and 8. 4 Thick Haze is my top pick, but I've got PA's 7 and Angie's 8 in the mix as well. The key to the whole process is the giant race number 4, where on my early pick 5, I am actually going to single because Vinny's a Canuck. I trust Joel Burnt. I think Gallardo is going to have a brilliant season riding. Keep an eye on Gallardo. He is so good. And I'm going to trust him in this big field to get the right trip from off the pace with Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. And then in race 5, we'll try to survive and be alive to a first-time start of the 4, Victorious Vanda, and my top pick, the 3, who's 6 to 1, Mach 2. $18 investment, 1-4 with 2-3-4 with 4-7-8 with 3 with 3-4. You can play my ticket. You can modify it. Or heck, you can put your own ticket together. But the only thing I know for sure is you can't win it if you don't get in it. The pick 5, one of the best values in the game. Learn how to play it every day, and you can see on the screen right now the money that you're playing for. If you survive all 5 races, those players take that money right there and divide it up. So if 2 people right now would hit this pick 5, they'd be looking at 4 large each. It's a wonderful opportunity. Play those pick 5s right out here at Canterbury Park as it's 2 minutes to a brand new season.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate for the first at Canterbury Park. And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It is now post time, race time for the 30th anniversary of Canterbury Park Racing. And ladies and gentlemen here in Shakopee, we welcome you to the show. Those of you listening nationwide and or watching and wagering nationwide, we have a beautiful day in Shakopee, Minnesota for our 30th season. Plain Talk is the penultimate one to go in. The Alligator Hunter with earnings of nearly $400,000. He is the favorite to the inside. He's Canterbury Immortality, bookended by Sea to Success. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. And they're racing in season 30 at Canterbury Park, and they find stride beautifully from the 6th spot. Plain Talk ridden vigorously for early speed, trying to run away from 2 and 1, and it's half hot between them. Inside of that, the Alligator Hunter, the favorite. Canterbury Park Immortality is prominent, but in a very tight spot. In fact, he just checked and lost a length and a half. The veteran Minister of Soul strolls up alongside. After that, Sea to Success. Then we come back to Excel. That one is second last, and Crocodile Hunter is 10 lengths from the lead. And as they head for home, we have a couple locked in battle in the first year 30 of racing at Canterbury Park. Plain Talk on the grind. Now, the Alligator Hunter gets out and he takes off. After that, we have Minister of Soul, and Excel is widest of all. On the inside, making a late move is Sea to Success. The Alligator Hunter grinding, and the Alligator Hunter wins. Number one is number one in race 1, year 30 at CBY. The first race, 1547. 1547 in the first race. Opening night at Canterbury Park. The racing today is provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank our season-long partners. They include Appellados, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Mick Ultra, and Pepsi. Our featured groups opening night include the Hansen Family Day at the Races, Peter Carlin's Get Together, and Carlson Painting. Still unofficial. And the first race provided by Loeffler. That's the Upper Midwest largest privately owned business technology and service provider. We thank Loeffler for sponsorship year after year. Alrighty now. The first at Canterbury Park is cashable. 1547. Our first 10-cent superfecta, $17.21. Our first exacta paid about 10.5 to 1, and the trifecta paid $18.20 for a 50-cent investment. The 2024 Preakness Stakes is taking place next, then race 2 at Canterbury. Meanwhile, the Alligator Hunter wins for the 12th time in his career and first time this year after a couple of victories last year, including the Wally's Choice on Festival of Champions Day. The Alligator Hunter improves to 10 for 16 on the Canterbury main track, and he is in the winner's circle with jockey Alonzo Quinones. The owners are Peter Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla trains. The victorious Alligator Hunter is a 6-year-old gelding by Overanalyze out of Garden Gloves, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners. 1547 to begin festivities. And race number 2 at Canterbury is courtesy of Apple Autos. That's the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. 5 locations, including a couple in the neighborhood, Apple Ford Shakopee and Apple Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, also in Shakopee. And we want to thank Xfinity Comcast for sponsorship this season. You can learn how Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get another free for a year. Information at xfinitymobile.com. Race number 2 here at Canterbury Park is about an hour from now. Coming up next, watch and wager, be a part of horse racing history with the 2024 Preakness. Mystic Dan, the Derby winner, is co-favored or one of the shorter-priced horses. And if he wins, then 3 weeks from now, the potential of a Triple Crown sweep. When wagering on the Preakness, please indicate you are wagering on race 13. Race 13 at Pimlico. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to opening day at CBY. And they're racing in season 30 at Canterbury Park, and they find stride beautifully from the 6th spot. Plain Talk ridden vigorously for early speed, trying to run away from 2 and 1, and it's hot between them. Inside of that, the Alligator Hunter, the favorite. Canterbury Park Immortality is prominent, but in a very tight spot. In fact, he just checked and lost a length and a half. The veteran Minister of Soul strolls up alongside. After that, C to Success. Then we come back to XL. That one is second last, and Crocodile Hunter is 10 lengths from the lead. And as they head for home, we have a couple locked-in battle in the first year 30 of racing at Canterbury Park. Plain Talk on the grind. Now, the Alligator Hunter gets out and he takes off. After that, we have Minister of Soul, and XL is widest of all. On the inside, making a late move is C to Success. The Alligator Hunter grinding, and the Alligator Hunter wins. Number 1 is number 1 in race 1.
jockey who's riding a 7-1 shot, the jockey of Uncle Heavy, Irad Ortiz Jr. with Claudia Spadaro.
Hi guys, I'm here again at the apron, but now we call you in Spanish La Máquina, the machine, the Irad Ortiz. He is riding Uncle Heavy. I know he's not one of the favorites, but he has run twice on wet track and he has won. So I think these are big chance and advantage for you.
I mean, the horse looked great in the morning. Mr. Reed do a great job with the horses.
Somebody called them?
He looked amazing. He looked like he liked the slope track. It's sloppy, but we still have some horses to beat on the race. It's a really nice horses in there, and let's see what happens.
Your brother already won the Preakness. This will be your first time. What would that feel to you?
It means a lot to win the Preakness. My agent is from Maryland, and it's a great race. One leg of the Triple Crown. I think it's amazing for the sport. It's one of the biggest races that we ride in, and it would be great for me and for my whole team, my agent, and the whole connection of the horse.
Okay, so if you win, we are dedicating this victory to your agent from Maryland. This was Irad Ortiz. Back to you guys. Eso parece.
twice on a wet track and won them both, albeit against softer competition. I think Uncle Heavy, the tote board's telling the story. Yeah. He is live in those gimmicks. I'm torn on Catching Freedom. I bet him in the Kentucky Derby. I thought he ran a good race, not a great race. And the fact that Brad Cox comes back, unlike Mystic Dan, there's not a big old carrot out there saying we can win the Triple Crown. We're back here because this horse can run, and I'm shocked they didn't wait for the Belmont. That might be a tell. The wet track, he ran okay on it when he finished third in one of the prep races in the Risen Star. Just didn't see that punch in the stretch that you need to have to win a Grade 1 race. I'm a little bit against Catching Freedom. I think Uncle Heavy's a horse I'm going to use. I'm going to key the 5 and 9 everywhere. They're going to be all over my tickets. I'm going to bank on Imagination at some point, wrestling the lead away from Seize the Gray. And I just think Mystic Dan's going to run his race. I really want him to win. I think he's a special horse. I don't know if he's a Triple Crown winner, but I think we might have a chance to see that in New York in 3 weeks, at least the opportunity for it. If he can come back off those 2 weeks, he's got the exact right type of pace and I think the exact right type of track to get it done.
Right, and if he does get it done today, both think that he will, both rooting for him to do it. You come back and join us in a few weeks. It's 3 weeks of anticipation until the Belmont at Saratoga. We got seltzers. We might have a Triple Crown on the line. We'll see what happens in 16 minutes. The Preakness is coming up next.
With that 4th place finish, he earned his spot in a field like this, and he's been an absolute standout in the mornings, Ron.
Yeah, just been fantastic, and that's another thing you got to pay attention. He just seems like, he ran, there's 3 horses that finished in front of him. They were nose apart, and then it was him. Right. You know what I mean? So I think this horse at 7-2 might be a good value play.
Yeah, it really could. We've seen the odds just kind of fluctuating this whole time leading up to the race, and this is a horse that I would not be surprised if somebody drops a big bet on here.
The Super High 5 pool's got about 400,000 in it, and I always want to mention that. This is the great part of the day because you can come here and bet a couple of bucks and say you picked the Preakness winner.
Well, that would be great, and if you picked 4 others with him, you would be rolling in dough.
Yeah, so let's talk to, what about showing a video of we got a trainer Dwayne Lucas with Just Steel?
Yeah, he's would love to see that because this is a trainer that has been here many times before.
Well, Just Steel's got a really good pedigree and everything. His race in the Kentucky Derby was less than perfect. We got into a speed jam, and there was no way that he could finish and do well there. But that happens in racing, and you got to be careful that you don't penalize a horse for one race like that.
The one and only Dwayne Lucas. You're talking about Just Steel. Well, why finish with that? If we can key up and talk about Seize the Gray, we can do that right now. And also, Dwayne, we got him talking about that horse. And if you guys can key it up for us, I think it'd be a very interesting night now.
I like him, and he's really set up for a beautiful effort. That Pat Day mile was just a mile, but it was very, very, very professional, and I love the way he ran in it. He was finishing strong at the end. I have no reservations about him getting the added distance of the Preakness at all. And he's going to keep everybody honest. He's a pretty nice horse.
Well, if he says so, I'm going to agree with him with that. So whatever he says, I'm sort of going to agree with him. There's Just Steel on your screen right now, and he looks good.
He does. It's hard to really say anybody in this field doesn't because they all deserve to be here. They all deserve a shot. Mackenzie and I were talking back at the stakes barn that you have to be in this race to win it, and it's horse racing. You never know what's going to happen when those gates open, Ron.
Yeah, and we just have all different angles that we have to deal with today. The scratch of Muth, the track, the muddy conditions, horses coming in, who's going to be in the pace, who's not going to go to the lead, and that's the beautiful part of handicapping this race. You got to try and figure out what to do with this. So, it just seems that they're getting ready. Everybody seems to be cool, calm, and collective out there, and we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, the infield here as the horses get ready to head out to the track for the post parade is absolutely packed packed. You've got connections, brothers, sisters, neighbors, grandmas, grandpas, everybody out here involved with the horses, and it's a fun environment to be in. But sometimes these horses, they can get a little frisky, but it seems like, Ron, that all of them have just behaving just picture perfect.
You know, we have a couple of minutes here. You know, there's long shots in this race. Maybe you go and you might have some interest in the number 1 horse near Mugatu, who's trained by Jeff Engler, and I think we have a video with him. Maybe we can talk to him about it, and maybe it's a day for a long shot with a $30 name. You see the one on your screen, and we'll see what Jeff has to say.
And ran a good race there, ran a big number, ran against some serious horses, obviously Sierra Leone, Dornoch was in there, and made a big move down the lane. So that was when we knew, you know, he belonged. It doesn't bother me. That's the big question is, you know, oh, how do you feel about the 1 hole? You know, it's not like we're going to be going for the lead. He's, you know, he comes from off of it, so we're just going to sit, be patient, save ground, and wait for that one big move.
There's Jeff, and you know, this is one of the greatest spectacles in sport when they call riders up and the jockeys come walking down the stairs at Old Hilltop. You got to be here once in your life to see it before they knock this building down. You might not have many chances, but it is great, and they're going to turn it over in just a moment and watch the jockeys get the call for riders up. It should be a fun race.
It should be, and everybody enjoy Preakness 149.
Racing fans, please turn your attention to the turf course where NFL Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Baltimore Ravens legend, Ray Lewis, will lead us in a special call for Riders Up.
Baltimore! How we feeling? Welcome to the 149th Preakness Stakes. Let's get this party started. Riders up!
The horses now stepping on the track for the 149th running of the Preakness Stakes. 9 minutes to the Preakness. And now the field for the 149th Preakness Stakes. Number 1, Mugatu, Joe Bravo. Average Joe, Racing Stables, Dan Wells, Jeff Engler, trainer. Number 2, Uncle Heavy, Arad Ortiz Jr. up for Michael Milam at LC Racing, trained by Butch Reed. Number 3, Catching Freedom with Flavian Pratt for Alba Family Stables, trained by Brad Cox. Number 5, Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, owned by Gasway 4G Racing, Hamby, Valley View Farm, Ken McPeak trainer, and Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Seize the Gray, runs from My Racehorse, trainer D. Wayne Lucas, with Jaime Torres aboard. 7, Just Steel, Joel Rosario in the saddle, or BC Stables, Harold Schmickley, Henry Schmickley, D. Wayne Lucas, trainer. Tuscan Gold, number 8, Tyler Gaffleone, owned by Lawrence Walmart Farm, Stone Street Stables, trained by Chad Brown. In Imagination, with Frankie Dettori. With Starlight Racing and others, Bob Baffert, trainer. 7 minutes. Track is muddy, now 6 to post. Five minutes to the Preakness. Four minutes. Three minutes. 2 minutes.
Just a few moments away from the Preakness Stakes 149. And Callie, the excitement is building here behind us as we are right by the finish line. History is about to be made.
It is about to be made. We're in a bit of a mob situation, but it's been a fun one here, and it's about to get even more fun. Let's take a look at Mystic Dan, your current favorite here at 5-2. Of course, Brian Hernandez is going to be patient, I think, in this first part of the race. We'll wait for the front runner. It's going to be a potentially really tidy race for Mystic Dan.
Yeah, I think so too. And you have to have some confidence, especially if you're the connections here and Brian Hernandez Jr., the pilot, that he's handled the track before.
Very easily. He's been taking to the track super easy here and all that goes with it. He could potentially be boxing, catching freedom here today. And strategy-wise, he sets up really well here.
He does. And you mentioned catching freedom. Callie, this horse, the only word I have for how he's been training into this race is wow.
Phenomenal. He's been looking absolutely spectacular all week. You just look at the trip that he got in the Derby. He had to fight for it just as hard, if not a little harder than Mystic Dan. He had to do more work. He's going to get such an easier trip today. I feel like it's going to be a bit of an inside-outside trip. Much, much easier today here for the center jewel of the Triple Crown.
Their horses are approaching the starting gate for the Preakness 149. The middle leg in the Triple Crown series will take them to the track momentarily. Best of luck.
The horses approaching the starting gate for the Preakness. They now reach the starting gate here at historic Pimlico in Baltimore at Track Muddy for the 149th running of the Preakness Stakes. Loading in now. Mugatu sees the gray. Just Steel. The imposing Uncle Heavy. Catching Freedom. Tuscan Gold. Mystic Dan. Imagination. All set. And they're off in the Preakness. And a great start. Imagination goes for the lead, but sees the gray, wants a piece of the action early. Mystic Dan came away in good order, will settle one off the inside, and Just Steel. Here's Catching Freedom, racing on the inside. Tuscan Gold, third to last. Uncle Heavy and Mugatu trails the field as Sees the Gray down to the rail, leads the way into the first turn here at Pimlico. With Imagination a bit out toward the center of the track on the chase, will now settle back and ready a bit in second spot. Mystic Dan is riding that rail under Brian Hernandez early, and on the outside is Just Steel right alongside. Catching Freedom, 6 lengths on the early pace. Tuscan Gold ridden along as they round that turn and head for the 6 for a long mark. Uncle Heavy second to last, and Mugatu the opening quarter, 23-4 on this muddy track. As Sees the Gray goes forward up front, showing the way is Sees the Gray. 5 furlongs out from the line, leads a length and 3/4 from Imagination in second. Just Steel, Mystic Dan still at the rail, racing in fourth in good striking range. And next is Catching Freedom, who's got 6 to make up, heading over the far turn. Tuscan Gold asks for more. Uncle Heavy and Mugatu, but it Sees the Gray in front, still in front by 3. Mystic Dan rolling up on the inside now. On the outside is Just Steel coming too, and in between horses Imagination and Catching Freedom also looms large at the top of the stretch with a quarter to go at Pimlico. And leading the way is Sees the Gray. Sees the Gray trying to lead them all the way. Sees the Gray, and here's Mystic Dan tipping to the outside. Mystic Dan's coming with a run at the 3/16, but still in front is Sees the Gray. Sees the Gray and Jaime Torres in front. Mystic Dan, Brian Hernandez Jr. Catching Freedom on the outside with a late mid. It Sees the Gray in front by 2, shifting out a little bit under left-handed pressure as they're close to home in the Preakness. Sees the Gray. Oh, Jaime Torres sees the day to win the 149th running of the Preakness with Mystic Dan or Catching Freedom. And then it was Tuscan Gold, Just Steel, Uncle Heavy, followed by Imagination and Mugatu. Stand by for judges' postings in the Preakness. One minute 56.82. 1 minute 56.82 seconds on the track muddy. Six, 5, 3, 8. Sees the Gray was off at 9-1. Unofficial. 6, 5, 3, 8, 7. Just Steel 5th. Six, 5, 3, 8, and 7.
Absolutely. Jaime Torres in December of 2019 was watching television in Puerto Rico, saw horse racing for the first time and said, I like that. I think I want to do that. In 2022, you go to the jockey school in Puerto Rico. In 2024, you win your first classic. Jaime, what are you feeling right now?
I'm very excited, and very thankful to all the people that have been beside me, helping me, and my family. I want to thank them because, you know, we came like a lot of people, a lot of jockeys. We came from the bottom, and to afford flights and all those things to support me, I know it's hard, and they still do it because they love me, and I appreciate that a lot.
Is your family here?
Yeah, they are. They gave me a surprise yesterday.
So it was a surprise visit from them?
Yeah, a surprise visit, yeah. And I have no words like this horse, and thank you very much. I mean, he's the best.
Well, Jaime, congratulations, a nice debut.
Thank you, man.
From 25-year-old Jaime Torres to the legend. He's with Kenny Rice right now. Let's hear from Wayne Lucas.
It's official. Now parading in front of the Pimlico Grandstand. It was all the way with Seize the Gray for Jaime Torres. For My Racehorse. Another Preakness win in the record books for trainer Wayne Lucas.
The Preakness Stakes is in the books. We'll have those full prices available on our television monitors throughout the racetrack. The guy they call the coach, Wayne Lucas, the trainer, 89 years old, one of the greatest in the history of horse racing, does it again. Sees the gray, seizes the front, and seizes the day at 9-1. Mystic Dan, the Derby winner, ran a valiant race to finish second, so we go long shot over favorite in the exacta, and we sail on to this beautiful Saturday night of racing at Canterbury. To refresh your memory, if you started that pick 5, you probably started with a winner, the Alligator Hunter. With a little traffic trouble in mid-race, found a way to win as the People's Choice. Race 2, we scratched the 6. That's important because I thought she might have been the speed. These are fillies and mares. They're traveling 6 furlongs. It's a sprint, and it looks wide open, as you can see in the wagering early on. I don't think you're going to see a horse like the Alligator Hunter get pounded down to near even money. Let's take a look at the field, and we'll start with the Minnesota bred who breaks from post 1. Her name is Spoiled Brat. She comes in from Nebraska. Last couple races out, she's been racing at a shorter distance, 4 furlongs, so I don't think the 6 furlongs will be a problem. She does have a touch of early speed, so that scratch of the 6 horse probably matters for Spoiled Brat. I would expect to see the Bug Boy Carmona, who I think could have a sneaky good summer here at Canterbury, sends early, and you're going to get a fair price if the Brat can get out there and feel good on the front end. Right now, Spoiled Brat is 6-1. People are betting the 2 horse, Run, Bambi, Run. Eduardo Gallardo rides for Joel Burnt. These are connections that are so good at what they do. Burnt, heavily favored to be one of the top trainers every year at Canterbury. And as I mentioned in our pre-race show with Paul Allen, I do think Gallardo is the favorite to win the Jocks riding title. He and Alonso Quinones look like they're going to get a bunch of good mounts. This horse has faced some tough company at Delta Downs and at Hawthorne in Chicago. Second time off the layoff, had trouble last time out. She looks good down here in the paddock. She is absolutely the girl to beat, and she's on the board at 8-5. Number 3 is Dixie Girl 2, in from glitzy Oak Lawn Park. This horse is an Archie bred who doesn't have a lot of early speed, but she should be rolling late. She does her best running in the later stages of the race. Keep that in mind if you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta. I think she can get a piece of this at a nice price. That price is 8-1. My top pick in the race will be the 4, Pageant Perfect. Borejas gets the call here from Miguel Angel Silva. Love the barn, love the drop in class. Jeff Madey's favorite handicap and angle is the ship and dip. This horse has been facing better competition at Will Rogers, takes the dip in class. I think she has enough stalking speed to get a fair trip, and I love the price right now on the board at 11-1. 5 horse 4-1 is Biabali, Luis Valenzuela for Vic Hansen. Vic, so crafty with young horses. He's been doing this for decades out of Canterbury. One of the real nice guys on the backstretch. And I love that he puts a good gate jockey in the saddle. There you see Vic with the cowboy hat, giving Luis Valenzuela the leg up. Luis is so good out of the gate. Expect some speed from that 5. Number 7, as I came to shame, Kelsey Haar's back in the mix. Fun to see her winning races at Oak Lawn Park in the offseason. Such a tough meet with so many good trainers and jockeys. She can ride them up fair and square. This horse should be rolling late. Kelsey's 11-1. I know the Mouse is right now on board betting as we speak in the press box. 8 is Extra Indy. Alonso Quinones looks to sweep the double. 1 for 21 is Pesky, but this horse has good speed figures. If you're building trifectas, I think the 8 needs to be included, especially with that great pilot in the saddle. And number 9 is Twitter Traffic. Rodriguez gets the call for Joe Roberts, another Will Rogers shipper, outside attack post with speed. So this horse should get a very favorable journey with the scratch of the 6. Cool looking race here. And don't forget, if you're at Canterbury, download the First Bet app. It's the preferred app of all of us sharps up in the press box. The First Bet app, the only way to play and avoid the lines. First Bet app, and race number 2 coming up and coming at you next.
And that is longtime Canterbury Park bugler Sir Leonard Dykert, who brings them onto the track for the second race, where we scratch number 6, Always Smiling. Don't forget to stay in touch with CanterburyPark.com. We have a concert series, and the first show takes place June 7th here at Canterbury. It's Night Ranger. Tickets available at CanterburyPark.com. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. All righty, the horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it is now race time. It is the second race, year 30 of racing at Canterbury Park. We race through late September. CanterburyPark.com for information on race dates. If you are late arriving, the first race went to the Alligator Hunter, ridden by Alonzo Quinones. The Preakness went to Seize the Gray. And congratulations to Tom Cosgrove and his family, part of the ownership group of Seize the Gray. And they're here watching it today at Canterbury. And here in the second race, Run Bambi Run, next in line. I Came to Shame, Kelsey Haar, and trainer George Smith here from Hot Springs. Extra Indy. And Twitter Traffic, and Guillermo Rodriguez, one of several new riders at Canterbury this spring, summer. Pageant Perfect. And Twitter Traffic. Kelsey's Charge, giving her some problems in the gate. And now Kelsey has been flung from her animal, and several riders are bailing. LAV sprints from behind the gate. Stand by, information forthcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 7, I Came to Shame. Number 7, I Came to Shame, is a late scratch in race number 2, which means there will be a consolation double paid from the winner of race number 1, the Alligator Hunter. So we will be paying a consolation 1-7 double. Refunds for number 7 available on Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers. Regarding the race 1 pick 5, likewise for the pick 3, you will receive the starting favorite here in race number 2. That's Run Bambi Run currently. and double wagers into race number 3 involving 7 I Came to Shame. Those are refunds. So if you have a refund coming for number 7 I Came to Shame, or you can re-wager on race 2 right now. They're spinning about behind the gate. Ample time to get to one of the wickets and to get your refund and or re-wager. They'll be back to the gate here shortly. Thank you. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, the jockeys are remounting, and we are moving in for race number 2, following the scratch of the 7 I Came to Shame. Here comes Dixie Girl 2 next in line. And Extra Indy, 3.5 to 1. Run, Bambi, Run is favored. And now the field's long shot Twitter traffic after Pageant Perfect and Barajas. Pretty Gray filly. Twitter traffic goes in. Race number 2, opening day at Canterbury. Good luck. And they're racing. Be a Bali, the Fargo Flash, broke in a tangle. Shortly after that, Pageant Perfect had to pinch way back to last. And Spoiled Brat, in search of 2 consecutive wins, takes the lead, tries to run away at 14 to 1. Run, Bambi, Run, the favored filly, revs up between them. And Twitter traffic, a long shot on the 3 wide side. And that trio is 5 lengths clear from Dixie Girl 2. After that, it is Extra Indy. Then we come to Pageant Perfect, recovering nicely. Be a Bali is last and about 13 from the front. And the front belongs to Run, Bambi, Run by a tenuous inch. That's it for Spoiled Brat, heading the wrong way. Outside of that, Twitter traffic, far outside, Dixie Girl 2. Then even farther out, Extra Indy, in between them, Pageant Perfect. And they're coming home now. Up goes Dixie Girl 2. After that, Run, Bambi, Run. Twitter traffic has been muted. Then we come to Extra Indy into the final football field. Dixie Girl 2 with an upset at 11 to 1. And it's a victory for new rider Franklin Ceballos. Number 3, Dixie Girl 2, unofficially first. We have photos for the rest. The inquiry sign is a steward's inquiry and a general inquiry into the start of race number 2. The stewards are going to take a look to make sure a couple of them had fair chances to start, and they're doing so now. Everything is unofficial, and Dixie Girl 2 completed the course on the John Deere dirt track in 104.27. It is 3-4-2-8. 3-4-2-8 unofficially. So the stewards are taking a look at what you see on television monitors now. Number 4, Pageant Perfect with that start. Subsequently, a slow start for number 5, Biabali. All that is being analyzed. So it appears the runner-up is under scrutiny. Into the winner's enclosure, Dixie Girl 2. Welcome to Canterbury Park, jockey Franklin Sabalos. Dixie Girl 2 is owned and trained by Ron Westerman. Congratulations, Ron. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no change to the final order of finish. No change to the final order of finish. And in the estimation of our track stewards, you'll see here clearly number 4, Pageant Perfect, breaks out sharply after the gates open. However, number 5, Biabali, started slowly. So therefore, while the head-on visual looks like 4, Pageant Perfect, cut off 5, Biabali, number 5, Biabali, actually started slowly and thus caused all of her own problems. So 3-4-2-8 will be official shortly. And here are the payoffs for race number 2. We come now to the third race, and this is the first turf race of the 2024 season. Scratch numbers 1, Devoted to You, and 2, Political Riot. And they're racing. Be a Bali, the Fargo Flash, broke in a tangle. Shortly after that, Pageant Perfect had to pinch way back to last. And Spoiled Brat, in search of 2 consecutive wins, takes the lead, tries to run away at 14-1. Run, Bambi, run, the favorite filly revs up between them. And Twitter Traffic, a long shot on the 3-wide side. And that trio is 5 lengths clear from Dixie Girl 2. After that, it is Extra Indy. Then we come to Pageant Perfect, recovering nicely. Be a Bali is last and about 13 from the front. And the front belongs to Run, Bambi, run by a tenuous inch. That's it for Spoiled Brat, heading the wrong way. Outside of that, Twitter Traffic, far outside, Dixie Girl 2. Then even farther out, Extra Indy in between them, Pageant Perfect. And they're coming home now. Up goes Dixie Girl 2. After that, Run, Bambi, run. Twitter Traffic has been muted. Then we come to Extra Indy into the final football field. Dixie Girl 2 with an upset at 11-1. And it's a victory for new rider Franklin Ceballos.
An upset in the mix in race number 2 will go to the turf course for the first time this season in the third. This upcoming third race has a couple of scratches. If you would please take out the 1 and the 2 from this group, so we're left with a field of 6. They're $7,500 claimers unless you're a Minnesota bred, and that is the case for the now 2 inside runners. Overly Lucky is going to have the rail. This will be his first start of 2024 and his third in a long time. You can see a layoff between the 2021 and 2023 for this horse, but he was racing against a bit tougher company in those first 2 comeback races last year, and Alonso Quinones is going to keep the faith. The problem is with those inside 2 out of here, there's a little less pace to navigate with, and Overly Lucky would probably prefer it if there was a speed duel of sorts up front. He and Thick Haze, the horse just to his outside, typically come from off the pace, and Thick Haze has been running some very long races lately. That is the 4. Seraphin Carmona is going to hop aboard for Tony Ringstorff. 8 for 31, and 6 of those wins have come here on this turf course. You obviously know that he likes what he's working with up here as far as the surface, and he does have 4 starts to him already in 2024. That is a big advantage over some of these horses who have spent the winter up here in Minnesota and might need a little conditioning to get back to their best. But Thick Haze is a Minnesota bred that can take his act on the road. He was your 5-2 morning line favorite, and right now he sits right at that price on the board. Star of Stars will be one of the horses that will probably be close to the front end. Last time he ran, he was going 4 furlongs, just half a mile and stretching out to a mile now on the turf. Star of Stars has not won yet, but he has tried this course 7 times. He has plenty of experience over the grass. He dueled the last time that we saw him on it in August, and Star of Stars didn't fall back too far late. He was beaten 5 lengths by Loring Park, but that's another one who likes this turf course an awful lot, and Star of Stars is going to be one of the better prices in here, along with Kids Inheritance to his outside. This is one that hasn't been to the track in quite a while. The last time that we saw him over the turf course was September of last year. That was the second place finish, lots of seconds for him over this turf course. And Kids Inheritance landing just to the outside of Star of Stars, I thought might produce enough pace, but again, the inside 2 would have really contributed to that, and both of these should hang on a little bit longer than they would if they were in the field. Papa Rizzo has made quite a living going wire to wire on our turf course. He's won 4 times to be exact, and Papa Rizzo is making his second start since last summer. He kicked off his Canterbury campaign last year with a win, though, and that was gate to wire. Papa Rizzo should have a few less challenges to his inside. Right now, he is 5-2, though. He is one of those main beneficiaries of the scratches. I stuck with the outside horse, Warchest, another specialist on this course, and he is 4 for 14 to be exact, but he too has some seasoning this year. Might want a little bit more pace than he'll get, but this is one of his very best favorite places to run, and his jockey is going to rejoin him trying to pick up their winning form from 2022. That is the field of 6 that heads out to the track right now for race number 3. Remember, if you're looking for something to eat for dinner, we got Pit Boss this year. Brand new Pit Boss is open. Barbecue classics including brisket, barbecue chicken, mac and cheese, everything. That's on the second level. Head up to the Mez if you're hungry and check out Pit Boss before the third. You got 8 minutes to do so. They're headed to the track right now.
All right, race fans, up in the press box, Kevin Gorg with you for our power play of the day. I want to thank Tri-State Bobcat for their sponsorship of this fun endeavor. Every race day, I'm going to give you a horse that I've focused in on, a key in the pick five, maybe a win bet to get lucky with some extra cash in your pocket when you leave this beautiful facility. It's race 7 tonight, Minnesota Breds. Really attractive looking race at 6 furlongs. This is an allowance race for nearly $35,000. And the horse I'm going to focus in on is Johnny Bigani. Now, this is a horse that just turned 3. So we've got the 2-year-old to the 3-year-old angle. You can see sharp improvement in this format. And we did see talent last year. We're going to go back and watch a race in late August where this horse beat a horse named Frosty View, who came back to win a $100,000 stakes race. We've got Gallardo, we've got Joel Burnt, we've got a workout here called the 1 mile lick. Horses that sprint and get a 1 mile lick. That's a fitness workout for a top trainer. And oh, by the way, in this sequence, over 3 months layoff, which this horse clearly hasn't raced since last fall at Canterbury. This trainer's nearly 30% wins. So let's go back and let's talk about this victory last year. Today, Johnny Bigani's got an outside post and natural speed. We call it the attack post because this is the trip you likely get. Up near the lead, stalking the front, poised to pounce. And this is going to be a stakes winner who's gone on to do great things. And look at the finish that Johnny Bigani shows. Straightens out down the stretch and really runs his race in the final furlong. This is a horse, to me, that has a bunch of talent. With a trainer like Joel Burnt, and today a morning line of 8-1, it's the power play. We're going to look to shoot and score with Tri-State Bobcat and Johnny Bigani.
It is now post time, race time for the third War Chest. Last in line, it's turf time, opening night at Canterbury Park, and they're racing. Brilliant commencing for the field, executed by our new starter, Oscar Quitos. And with one lap to go, we have a breakneck speed battle taking place. It is Papa Rizzo, that's 7, taking the lead. And the Papa tries to make them say uncle. Picks up the tempo, opens up by 2. After that, we come back to Kids Inheritance. The field's well strung out. They race in single file. In third is Star of Stars, 2.5 lengths from the lead. 5 lengths behind that to War Chest, biding the time, 9 out of it as the pace slows down. Overly Lucky's beginning to surge in from behind, and the one in last is Thick Haze. Thick Haze is 10 lengths rearmost, and they zing into the far turn. The first turf race of Canterbury Park's 30th live racing season, and Papa Rizzo and Guillermo Rodriguez trying to say adios. Papa Rizzo leads it by 2. In second, Kids Inheritance. Outside of that, Star of Stars. Then we come to Overly Lucky with that sustained move from the back of the pack. Right behind the leaders is War Chest, and after that is Thick Haze, and they're coming home now. Papa Rizzo trying to make them all call him Daddy. Outside of that, Overly Lucky is attacking and doing so at 4-1. Inside of that, War Chest is closing fast, has to angle to the outside of that 7. Up goes Overly Lucky. Overly Lucky from War Chest to the line together. Overly Lucky in time. 3:84 in race 3. Number 3, Overly Lucky first, 3847. And we had a couple of $12,500 claims. A couple of claims in race 3, which is official. Number 4, Thick Haze was claimed by Cat's Family Racing, the new trainer Joe Roberts. And number 6, Kids Inheritance, was claimed by Jose Silva Jr. He's the owner-trainer. Kids Inheritance claimed Silva Jr., and Thick Haze claimed Roberts Cat Family. And now entering the winner's enclosure, Overly Lucky, 2 wins tonight for jockey Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Gary and Brenda Bergsrud. The winning trainer, Larry Donlin. Overly Lucky is an 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Overanalyze out of Extremely Lucky. The 4th race is 20 minutes from now. Race number 4 and 20. Number 1, Blues Traffic, should be listed as a gelding. And scratch numbers 13 through 15. It's turf time, opening night at Canterbury Park, and they're racing. Brilliant commencing for the field, executed by our new starter, Oscar Quitos. And with 1 lap to go, we have a breakneck speed battle taking place. It is Papa Rizzo, that's 7, taking the lead. And the Papa tries to make them say uncle. Picks up the tempo, opens up by 2. After that, we come back to Kids Inheritance. The field's well strung out. They race in single file. In 3rd is Star of Stars, 2.5 lengths from the lead. 5 lengths behind that to War Chest, biding the time. 9 out of it as the pace slows down. Overly Lucky's beginning to surge in from behind, and the one in last is Thick Haze. Thick Haze is 10 lengths rearmost, and they zing into the far turn. The first turf race of Canterbury Park's 30th live racing season, and Papa Rizzo and Guillermo Rodriguez trying to say adios. Papa Rizzo leads it by 2. In 2nd, Kids Inheritance. Outside of that, Star of Stars. Then we come to Overly Lucky with that sustained move from the back of the pack. Right behind the leaders is War Chest, and after that is Thick Haze, and they're coming home now. Papa Rizzo trying to make them all call him Daddy. Outside of that, Overly Lucky is attacking and doing so at 4-1. Inside of that, War Chest is closing fast, has to angle to the outside of that 7. Up goes Overly Lucky. Overly Lucky from War Chest to the line together. Overly Lucky in time. 3:84 in race 3.
Another mild upset in race 3. And how about trainer Larry Donlin, another mainstay here in Shakopee, gets the 8-year-old to win. At first asking, hadn't raced since June of last year. That's an incredible training job. Overly Lucky makes that sustained rally from the back of the pack and scores. And that pick 5, which we're 3 legs through, could be a juicy one. If you're live out there, good luck. We've seen an 11-1 and a 4-1 upset to go with the Alligator Hunter, who romped away in race 1. Now race 4, another big handicapping puzzle on the turf. Large field. Let's handicap it together. We'll start with number 1, the French-bred Hare, inside post. So important in turf racing. Turf racing, so much different than dirt racing. You got to save ground and save energy, and this horse from this post should be able to do that. Has big closing kick. You saw Overly Lucky pass those horses one by one. That will be the mode of attack for this one horse. You should get a fair price as well. Number 2 is Run Lee Run. Sophia Barandella back on the beam. Keep an eye on this jockey. She has brought in prices here before. She's excellent, especially on the grass. This horse has last raced in Florida at Tampa Bay Downs, and for years here in Shakopee, Tampa shippers early in the meet have scored. So you got a good jockey, you got Tampa shipper angle, you got some things to like, including the price. Right now that price is a juicy 15-1. I landed on the 3 here because Vinny's a Canuck, and my reasoning was simple. The trainer is someone I trust, and this horse hasn't shown a lot of good form on the grass. Some horses love dirt, some love turf. They rarely love both. But Joel Burnt comes here with a Minnesota-bred horse. And this is the summer where you get X amount of starts to make big money here in Minnesota, and he puts this horse on the turf. I'm a believer. I get Gallardo in the saddle. That's always a good thing. I don't think the price will be huge, but I can key this horse and use the inside 2 horses and some other long shots I like, and maybe build a trifecta and hope that the Canuck can come get the money. If that's the case, we're all Canucks. Number 4 is The Ghost. Arroyo gets the call for Canterbury Hall of Fame trainer Bernal Roan. To me, the layoff was the question mark. Hasn't raced since August. We know the trainer's good. We know the horse has a touch of stalking speed. I wanted to see what this horse looked like in the paddock, and The Ghost looks good. Physically fit, ready to rock and roll for Bernal at 11-1. 5 horse is Big Pete. Kelsey Haar gets the call here for Tony Rengsdorf. Another trainer to track, guys. Tony Rengsdorf, year in, year out, wins at a high percentage. This is his meet. He's a Minnesota guy. Big Pete with stalking speed on the board at 6-1. 6 is Infinite Moro making the turf debut. The bug boy, Carmona, gets the call. On the dirt, this horse has been a horse that lays back early and tries to make one late run. We'll see how that form transforms to the new surface. 7 is Total Surprise, the other Tony Rengsdorf. 17 races, 12 for 17 in the top 3. So if you're building a trifecta, this is a horse that always seems to find his way into the top 3 placings. I like the tracking speed. I like the price for a good barn at 6-1. Number 8 is Calzone. Luis Valenzuela for Lynn Rarick. Trouble last time out. Another Tampa shipper. And even though this horse is 0 for 8 on the turf, this horse has some interesting speed figures on the grass. Angela Herman and our tip sheet guy, Superstats Dave, are on this horse. I will mix the 8 into my tries and superfectas. 9 is the horse I talked about in our pre-race show today at the races. I think Cal L is super sneaky. Lone speed, as we saw in the Preakness, is such a great weapon in horse racing. If this 9 can get loose, my good buddy Troy Bethke might be in business here. We'll see if Sanchez can take him all the way. Horse looks good in the paddock too. 14-1 on the 9, who might be up front and dictating terms. Number 10 is Shake Up. Ceballos gets the call for Westerman. The barn already has the win. The horse has never raced on the turf, but is bred decently for it. Barn could be hot to start the year. What a fun betting race this is. We got all kinds of options for you here. And if you're a fan of horse racing here in Shakopee, please give us a follow on all the social media platforms. Do what the kids are doing. Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Facebook. You can find deals, important information, and handicapping tips. Canterbury Park on social media. I've got the 3 because Vinny's a Canuck here. Who do you like? Get your bets in right now. The call to the post is next, and soon they'll be on the turf, ready to rock.
And on to the main track and subsequently a turf course listed as firm. Race number 4, no scratches, no rider changes. And here in the 4th race, we begin our second of 2 pick 5s. Pick the winners of races 4 through 8 for the 50-cent wager and hit the pick 5. You can use as many or as few in each leg of the pick 5 as you desire. Race number 4 takes off about 5 minutes from now and is courtesy of Jim Beam, along with Maker's Mark, providers of Jim Beam Bourbon, and Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. The turf course is listed as good, an amendment to an earlier announcement. Our turf is good.
As you can see on the bottom of the screen, the final 5 begins in race number 4 in a few minutes. That's a 50-cent wager, 10% takeout, lowest in the country, and it does start here in the 4th. This is a pretty full field on the turf. It's our second turf event of the day, and in this one I just used a couple of them. I think that you have to take a stand in this one, otherwise you're going to have to use just about everybody. The 4th is as wide open as a card, or as a race gets on this card. So I used 3 and 8 because Vinny's a Canuck. I think it will probably be the favorite by the time all is said and done pretty strongly. Right now he's at 9-5. It might even go down from there. But Calzone was one I thought could get away on the board. He took early money, but now he's drifted up to 6-1, and hopefully one of those two can get us through the first leg of this pick 5. The 5th is another full field, but I had a stronger opinion. Victorious Vanda and Mach 2 are 2 different sorts of horses, but I think that they'll get similar trips in here. Mach 2 has more experience and proven speed, but Victorious Vanda was one of my strongest opinions of the day. I'll be betting him to win, and I might single him on a ticket or 2. That is going to be a very contentious 5th race. The 6th goes 5.5. More maidens take to the track. The changes in there didn't affect too much for me. I singled Honorable Mischief. A lot of people are going to single Honorable Mischief. She has 2 starts already this year, and what she did last year would definitely put her in the mix with these. Single her and move along, or if you do like a price in there, give yourself some options, as that's going to be a separator if you do not use the 9 in race number 6. Now on to the 7th, Minnesota breds take to the track. And in this one, my main opinion was just trying to take a shot against the horse that I thought would take a lot of money. That's Distorted Pro. You can see I went 5 deep, trying to beat him. Yes, he might be the best horse in the race, but I thought maybe I'd give him one with some horses who have raced more recently, might be cutting back, or might have a little bit more early gas than he does. He shouldn't be too far out of it, but I spread in there, and General Battle Axe is my top choice in the 7th. Now on to race number 8. We do have a couple of scratches out of here, and I mentioned that because they both have speed. That will definitely help the inside drawn runner, Mac Robertson's Martini Blue. I took his other horse. I think that maybe a lot more money will go to the inside runner now with those scratches, and he too was one that I took a few shots against with Boat Song in the Arch, and Citrus Bay, who pops up with a big one every so often, has some early speed to him, and always is a healthy price. Well, usually is a healthy price, and you can see that ticket on the screen is $30. If you want to make your own, you have precious little time left. They are headed to the turf shortly for the 4th and the final 5.
One minute.
Perfect.
Almost there. Don't get shut out.
Yeah.
Everybody ready?
It's post time.
What? Yep, you're good.
Oh, hello.
Hey, no head starts. That's one of the bio on back home.
Cal L moves in, and here is Shake Up in his turf debut. And they're racing. Perfect beginning, and from the center, Big Pete tries to come up largely at 15-1. Shake Up on the outside, looking for a safe place to run. That one is 13-1, and 5 and 10 race out a length and a half, maybe 2 clear from Cal L. 2.5, 3 lengths after that is Da Ghost to the inside of Total Surprise in the clear, and about 7 lengths from a pretty speedy early pace. Then it's Run Lee Run beginning to advance, about 4 lengths clear from Infinite Moro. Infinite Moro is a good 9 lengths from the lead, and now being passed by Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and the Canuck's on the move to the inside. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, now just 5 lengths from the front. After that, the Frenchman Air, that one is wide and closing in. Then we come to Calzone. 9 lengths, covers them off the far turn. Big Pete looking to come up big at a big price. And Big Pete hand-held by Kelsey Haar. Still encountered by Shake Up. Outside of that, we have Cal L. Then on the wide side, Total Surprise. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. All dressed up with nowhere to go. Right behind the leading 3. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Doug Ghost into the final furlong. Far outside, Total Surprise. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Air with a late charge. Big Pete. And it's wide open as they drive to the wire with Shake Up also there. Shake Up in an upset. Shake Up prevails. Photo finish. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 10, Shake Up in an upset. Favorite ran second, 10-3-5-7. We had 2 claims in race number 4, a couple of claims. The victorious Shake Up was claimed for $10,000. Race number 4 is official. The winner, Shake Up, claimed by Miracle Logistics for trainer Joel Burnt. And number 3, the runner-up, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, was claimed by Jose Silva Jr., who is the new owner-trainer. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, Silva Jr., Shake Up, Burnt, Miracle Logistics. Exacta, $50.50. A 10-cent Superfecta favored in second, $217. The second pick 3 of the season, $906 for a buck. But 50-cent Trifecta paid $376. 10-3-5 paid $376. And on to the 5th race now. And we go back to a fast main track. Number 1, Blues Traffic, is a gelding. Scratch 13, 14, and 15. The fifth race is courtesy of Pepsi. That's the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also thank Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Culver's in Shakopee. Now, next Sunday, we have our annual running of the Bulldogs. That's next Sunday, May 26th. So come out and watch the Bulldogs race the track. Plus, we have Pepsi Family Day activities. Bulldogs race on the dirt track, the John Deere dirt track, next Sunday. Get tickets at CanterburyPark.com. In the winner's enclosure, Shake Up and Franklin Sabalos. A couple of victories for Sabalos in his Canterbury debut. Likewise for trainer Ron Westerman. Ron has won 2 of the first 4 races. Well done. And the winning owner is Todd Veerhusen. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the upset-minded Shake Up. And they're racing. Perfect beginning, and from the center, Big Pete tries to come up largely at 15-1. Shake Up on the outside, looking for a safe place to run. That one is 13-1, and 5 and 10 race out a length and a half, maybe 2 clear from Cal L. 2.5, 3 lengths after that is Da Ghost to the inside of Total Surprise in the clear, and about 7 lengths from a pretty speedy early pace. Then it's Run Lee Run beginning to advance, about 4 lengths clear from Infinite Moro. Infinite Moro is a good 9 lengths from the lead, and now being passed by Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and the Canucks on the move to the inside. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, now just 5 lengths from the front. After that, the Frenchman Air, that one is wide and closing in. Then we come to Calzone, 9 lengths covers them off the far turn. Big Pete looking to come up big at a big price, and Big Pete hand-held by Kelsey Har, still encountered by Shake Up. Outside of that, we have Cal L. Then on the wide side, Total Surprise. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, all dressed up with nowhere to go, right behind the leading 3. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Da Ghost into the final furlong. Far outside, Total Surprise. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, Air with a late charge, Big Pete, and it's wide open as they drive to the wire with Shake Up also there. Shake Up in an upset. Shake Up prevails. Plain Talk on the grind. Now, the Alligator Hunter gets out and he takes off. After that, we have Minister of Soul, and XL is widest of all on the inside, making a late move is C to Success. The Alligator Hunter grinding, and the Alligator Hunter wins. Number one is number one in race one. Extra Indy in between them, Paget Perfect, and they're coming home now. Up goes Dixie Girl 2. After that, Run Bambi, run. Twitter traffic has been muted. Then we come to Extra Indy into the final football field. Dixie Girl 2 with an upset at 11-1, and it's a victory for new rider Franklin Ceballos. Papa Rizzo trying to make them all call him daddy. Outside of that, Overly Lucky is attacking and doing so at 4-1. Inside of that, War Chest is closing fast, has to angle to the outside of that 7. Up goes Overly Lucky. Overly Lucky from War Chest to the line together. Overly Lucky in time. 3-8-4 in right race. Behind the leading 3. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Doug Ghost into the final furlong. Far outside, Total Surprise, cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Air with a late charge, Big Pete, and it's wide open as they drive to the wire with Shake Up also there. Shake Up in an upset. Shake Up prevails.
Well, we talked about the pick 5 being a fantastic wager in the game of horse racing. And here at Canterbury, we have an early one and a late one. And I haven't seen the will pays yet, but I'm going to tell you, this early pick 5 should pay a boatload. I hope you're alive. If not, I hope we get a carryover because that was incredible. From the 10 hole, another Ronald Westerman horse at a big price. Congrats to that barn. They are off to a fast start. 2 different Arkansas breds in from Oaklawn Park. So again, as you start to watch the trends early in the season here at Canterbury, keep an eye on those Oaklawn Park shippers. They run big money races in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and those horses are coming to Canterbury fit and ready to rock. All right, race number 5 to close out that early pick 5. Maybe like me, you just got bounced in the late pick 5. Now we got to play the pick 4, which starts right here. Minnesota bred maidens. When you hear the word maiden, these are horses looking for their very first career win. Interesting race. Number 1 is Blues Traffic. Arroyo for Bernal Roan, we see one career start back in September of 2022. So right away, the layoff for me is a bit of a red flag. Good connections, good workouts. I want to see the horse out here first before I make a wager. Will likely be a big price. Number 2 is Bear Share, and Bernal Roan trains both the 1 and the 2. And the rider here is Luis Valenzuela. I mentioned earlier what a good gate jockey is. That could be critical because in this horse's only race, he broke a little tardy. And Valenzuela is a guy that rides quarter horses and thoroughbreds, and he's well known in these parts as a guy that can get a horse to bounce right out of that gate and show some speed. When I handicapped this race last weekend, I fell in love with the 3-horse here. This is Mach 2. Luis Fuentes gets the call for Mikey Beeler, and in these maiden races, I always migrate towards speed. I think speed with horses that have yet to win a race can be such a valuable weapon. And I think Mach 2 has enough speed to clear off. Now, we don't know what the 4 and the 5 are. They're both first-time starters. They're both taking action, so they might very well have speed. But if you look at the racing form and you handicap the race, the 3-horse has every chance on paper to be loose on the front and loose at a price. Right now, that price is 6-1. I'll try Mach 2 to take them all the way. What do we do with the 4? Victorious Vanda. Gallardo for Joel Burnt. A horse that fetched $40,000, and this is a good-looking gray. Good strapping, strong-looking horse. The workouts are incredible. Paul Allen talked about it in our pre-race show. Couple of lukewarm workouts, and then they get to Hawthorne, and they blast a 5-furlong workout in 59 and change, breezing from the gate. This horse could be any kind. It's Joel Burnt. You got a lot of positives. And anytime I bet a first-time starter, I want to see early money at the windows. This horse opened up at 5-2. Likely will drift up because people don't always bet first-time starters. This horse has never raced, but I like seeing early action. Same thing on the 5. Took early money, opened at 5-2. This is Wild Thor. De Silva gets the call for Tanner Tracy. And by the way, the barn, pretty good with first-time starters. 24% winners. Like the 4-horse, looks good in the paddock, and absolutely in the pick 4. Both the 3, 4, and 5 are must-uses for me, and they're all fair prices right now up on the board. Tough handicapping read for the 6 here. I love the price right now. Win Trip is the name. Mac Robertson, one of the all-time greats as far as training horses goes here in Shakopee. Constantino Roman, the pilot. How about this? 5-1 morning line, and you're getting a Mac Robertson horse on the board at 10-1. Now, the negatives are this horse is 0 for 9, and he's had some tries as a low-price favorite, but the positives are the connections. This horse can absolutely win and should not be 10-1. 7 is BL's Concerto. Last time out in Nebraska, actually faced winners. This is a maiden who was facing horses that had already won. Has a touch of speed. You get Rodriguez in the saddle. That could be a good thing. On the board at a juicy 25-1. 8 is Make It Burn. Ceballos, watch out for Ceballos. And, Larry Donlin. So we got good long shot connections here on opening night. We got one career start. Didn't really learn much. And taking a little bit of money here at 14-1. 9 is Carpe Gold. Carmona gets the call for Bethke, the bug boy. The trainer gets the Lasix, the blinkers, all the handicapping angles. And how about that workout with those new blinkers? 59-3 breezing. Love to see a good workout with the hood going on. 10 is Wilson Bay, the other Mac Robertson horse. And our good friends from Extreme Racing are here. Always fun to see them. Quinones in the saddle. Oaklawn Park Shipper. We've seen those Arkansas horses pop. Beware of the Arkansas Steamer. Number 11 is Mr. Insensitive. Barejas gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. 0 for 14 is Pesky, but 8 for 14 in the top 3 if you're bidding a trifecta. 12 is Burn Boss. Sophia Barandella gets the call for Caitlin Bedford. Off since September. One good workout, a 36 and change, and as I mentioned, good long shot connections around that outside marker. We've seen huge upsets. We've got that early pick 5 to settle, and we've got a great looking maiden race. And the Minnesota Breds have left the paddock, and we are ready for action. They'll be at the gate in around 6, and then they're gonna get it on.
The pick 4 and pick 5 payoffs are cycling on television monitors now. You will notice some carryover potential with the pick 4. Likewise for the pick 5. If perchance there is a carryover, it would carry to the first pick 4 and 5 the next racing day, which is a week from today. Pick 4 and 5 carryover potential with race 5. Sir Leonard Dykert, with an impeccable call to the post, brings the runners onto the track for the 5th race. This one begins our second and final pick 4. This one on races 5 through 8, and it's just 50 cents. They'll be to the gate about 4 minutes from now.
We're coming up to the 5th race. Now, keep in mind, just like Paul announced, there's a lot of carryovers in here, and there might be some long shots down the road. We're going to take a look at one of those angles that you could put one of the long shots into your late plays. This is sponsored by the Daily Racing Form, and if you haven't taken a look at Formulator, you should. You can come up with some good figures because a lot of horses ship in from out of town for this meet. I mean, they come from all over the place, so looking for trainers, looking for people who bring horses ready to roll. We found Tim Padilla's stats from last year, past couple of years, with sprinters in particular. These are the numbers that he's posted over the last couple of years. 19 horses, 25 starts when they ship up here. He's won with 9 of them, but we're going to take a closer look at opening weekend of 2023. Now, these were all of the horses that Tim Padilla shipped in last year for sprints, and he ran 8 of them on opening weekend. That's who's in this box right here. All of these horses ran opening weekend in sprints, and you can see the record that they amassed. This is where they finished. 4 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds. We already saw the Alligator Hunter pull things off earlier today. Now, he was a little more expected than his stablemate General Battle Axe, but that is going to be my selection later in the card. And this is an angle you might want to keep an eye on for the rest of opening weekend. Tim Padilla brings horses up ready to run, especially in sprints, and that's the angle for tonight.
And the maidens have reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. Mach 2 goes in. Wilson Bay is the favorite. Victorious Vanda is the Ray Minbred in. Here is Wild Thor, another first-time starter. Wilson Bay, rider looking for a triple on opening night. And now, Wind Trip. Mr. Insensitive and Burn Boss. A couple of outsiders in the win wagering. Here is Burn Boss, last in. A capacity cast for race number 5. And they're racing absolutely perfect start. And from the 8th spot, Make It Burn tries to provide the rider with a triple in his first day riding full-time at Canterbury. After that, we have Bear Share to the inside, and Bear Share at 60-1, looking to get the lion's share. Between them is Mach 2, 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Carpe Gold. Then on the far outside, Mr. Insensitive shoved on hard, overtaken by Wind Trip. Then it's Victorious Vanda, the gray sequestered, and Victorious Vanda is overtaken by Wilson Bay. Wilson Bay's on the move, but blocked a bit now, heading to the outside. After that, we come back to Blues Traffic, far out of it to the inside of BL's Concerto, and the widest of all is Burn Boss. They're into the final 250, 3 astern. Between them, Mach 2 continues to fire. Outside of that, Mr. Insensitive at 14-1 is surging to a narrow lead with Mach 2 fighting back on the inside. Here it is! Near dead heat. 3-11. 3-11. A couple of outsiders can't split them. Photo finish. Ooh. How many people at Canterbury Park are pulling for number 3, Mach 2? And how many want the 11, Mr. Insensitive? We'll have an answer very shortly. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 11, Mr. Insensitive at 14-1. Final pick 4 begins with an upsetter. It is 11-3-6-2. 11-3-6-2. And the 5th race is official. The first pick 4 of the season paid $10,153. Our first pick 5 paid $14,411. Into the winner's enclosure, Mr. Insensitive, ridden by Alfredo Barajas, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang. He is also the winning owner, Miguel Angel Silva. The maiden breaker, Mr. Insensitive, is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Taprit, got a blue garter, bred in Minnesota, by Thumbs Up Racing. It's a triple play for Team Miguel Angel Silva. 11-3 exacta, 91.30, 50-cent trifecta, $160 and change. The 10-cent superfecta paid $1,669 for a dime. That's 11-3-6-2. 10-cent superfecta, 11-3-6-2. The superfecta with an upsetter winning and a 60-1 shot in 4th paid $1,669. On to race number 6. Scratch number 2. Hazard to your health. So 9 battle in race 6 about 20 minutes from now. This one is courtesy of Kim Crawford, the official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. Also, thank you Hormel, proudly serving families since 1891 and started right here in Minnesota, offering brands you know and love like Planters, Corn Nuts, Skippy, Spam, and Jenny O. Hormel Foods is a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. Racing. Absolutely perfect start. And from the 8th spot, Make It Burn tries to provide the rider with a triple in his first day riding full-time at Canterbury. After that, we have Bear Share to the inside, and Bear Share at 60-1, looking to get the lion's share. Between them is Mach 2, 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Carpe Gold. Then on the far outside, Mr. Insensitive shoved on hard, overtaken by Wind Trip. Then it's Victorious Vanda, the gray sequestered, and Victorious Vanda is overtaken by Wilson Bay. Wilson Bay's on the move, but blocked a bit now, heading to the outside. After that, we come back to Blues Traffic, far out of it to the inside of BL's Concerto, and the widest of all is Burn Boss. They're into the final 250, 3 astern. Between them, Mach 2 continues to fire. Outside of that, Mr. Insensitive at 14-1 is surging to a narrow lead with Mach 2 fighting back on the inside. Here it is, near dead heat. 3 and 11. 3 and 11, a couple of outsiders can't split them.
The fireworks continue. Mr. Insensitive had a 4-1 morning line set by a professional here at the track. Fans ignored that morning line, sent the horse to the post 14-1, and another upset in the pick 5. So both the early pick 5, which paid almost 15 grand, and now the late pick 5 set up for some huge paydays. Love value at the racetrack. Heartbreaker on Mach 2, my 3-horse. Ran a great race at 6-1. Just didn't get the nose down in time, but that was a heck of a horse race. And another great win at a great price here at Canterbury. Race 6, the girls, Minnesota breds take center stage, 5.5 furlongs. We scratched the 2, and again, these are maidens looking for their very first career win. Number 1 is Blues Cross. Bernal Roan is the Hall of Fame trainer of this young filly. Chad Lindsay is one of his go-to pilots, and tricky post here at 5.5 furlongs. You better show speed. You know, this is a big field. You think about that inside post when they break out of the gate. Those horses can cross right over on you. Didn't show much speed last year in those 2 career starts, but this is a good trainer that can get horses to show sharp improvement, especially with the time away. Minnesota bred back in Shakopee, looking to make that Minnesota bred purse in a maiden special weight race. That purse here is 33 grand. Number 3 is Minnesota Rose, Quinones for Padilla. The trainer and jockey won the first race of the season way back in race number 1. This horse ships in from Tampa, has been facing open company. So what that means is she was facing a group of horses bred all over the country. Now she's in with just Minnesota breds. That is a significant change and can really put the horse right in the fracas in terms of handicapping. You get a good price, you get good connections with a win on the card already. 4 is Sassy Mama. Sophia Barandella gets the call for Troy Bethke. Ran in a stakes race last time. Now, it didn't go well, didn't break out of the gate, but the fact that that horse was in a stakes race for a prep for this tells you everything you need to know. And she ran pretty good against Minnesota breds here last year, including a second-place finish. So some positives, including the connections with Sassy Mama. Number 5 is Charlie Paints. Eduardo Gallardo for Joel Burnt. Rock solid connections here. 1 career start. It was a 3rd-place finish, but do note this. When she went to post for her very first race, the fans bet her down to even money. So somebody thought this horse could really run. Right now on the board, not even money at all. A juicy price at 8-1. Number 6 is Battlin' CJ. Sanchez gets the call for Burnt. So Joel Burnt has the 5 filly and the 6. Battlin' CJ broke from the outside post last year and kind of ducked out at the start. I went back and watched that replay. Did not enjoy that outside post. Now, right in the middle of the gate, should get a better break from the gate. Some good workouts for a good barn and a big price at double digits. 7 is Pearl Button. Do not sleep on Pearl Button. I like somebody else on top, but I have this horse second, and I really think she's got some talent. Mikey Beeler, who just lost by that dirty nose with Mach 2 in race 5. I love his horses. They always come to Shakopee ready to go. Valenzuela, as I've talked about already, really good gate jockey. And Pearl Button was bet down to 3.5-1 in her debut. She looks great out here in the paddock. So I don't know if she's good enough to win. This is a pretty salty bunch, but I think she can be a part of that trifecta, maybe that exacta as well. I'm surprised at the price on Pearl Button. Number 8 is Sky Kid, and boy, this is a cool horse. A homebred for Rake Farms. Mac Robertson conditions. Constantino Roman is the pilot. Now, we know all about Lemon Drop Kid. That horse won the Belmont Stakes. The dam here, though, Sky and Sea, was a really nice racehorse that we got to see a few years ago here. So the bloodlines are impeccable, as are the connections. First-time starter, taking some money, but I'm a little surprised that she's not taking more money. My top pick in the race is the 9. Honorable Mischief is the horse. Luis Fuentes is the jockey. I've talked about speed in maiden races for years. It's so very important. She's got an outside post. She's got the best early speed. Cody Rosine, the conditioner. The only question is that final 50 yards. In all of her races, she's been right there on the lead, ready to win. And then that last 50 yards, she just couldn't get over the hump. Back with Minnesota breds, I think this 9 is going to be loose on the front. And I think tonight's the night that she closes the deal. Right now, she's on the board at 6-5. Number 10 is Diggs and Diamonds. Rodriguez gets the call for Larry Donlin. Do note the trainer already won at big odds here on the card. Outside post, 1 career start. You can draw a line through it. There was all kinds of trouble. Off slow, bumped around like a pinball, never got running. The workouts, to me, are something to pay attention to here. She has put together a steady set of very fast workouts. So if you believe that first start was all about trouble and you believe the workouts and you see how she looks in the paddock, you can make a case for that outside horse for a good trainer in Larry Donlin, and that horse is double digits right now up on the board. Cool race right here. Minnesota bred girls getting ready to battle. Who do you like? We've seen upset after upset after upset. If you caught that pick 5, you probably have to stop over at Home Depot and get yourself a wheelbarrow to get home tonight with all that cash. Congrats on that. We're in the middle of a late pick 5, and your final chance to bet a late pick 3 is right here. Don't forget to go to our website, CanterburyPark.com. Tour the backside where the horses live. It happens on Saturdays. Give your family a once-in-a-lifetime experience to go behind the scenes at Canterbury Park. Check our website out for that. Right now, we got to check out the fillies. They head to the track. A maiden race coming up and coming at you next.
Hey, how about that Lynn Dykert, our bugler? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Race number 6. 5 minutes from now, scratch 2, hazard to your health.
Welcome down to the winner's circle. It's time for that time-honored tradition at night where we're going to play a round of beer pong. And there's some prizes on the line here with these two contestants to my left. I have Bryce and I have Logan, and they are going to be playing for some tickets to the Seltzer Fest on Belmont Stakes Day. Now, if you don't get it in that back row of cups, that's fine. If you get it in the middle, you get a TJ Hooligans gift card. In the front, you get a daily double pack. Now, you two have discussed this beforehand. I don't know, played rock, paper, scissors. Who is going to go first?
Oh, we're going to let the youngin' go first. You know, he's the most experienced, or inexperienced, I should say. Yeah, we're going to let the young one go first.
Okay, the young one would be Logan. So you guys get 2 tosses at this. I'm going to get out of your way, step up to the line, take your best shot. And if you guys don't make any of it in, I get all the tickets. Shoot wisely. My goodness. Okay, the youngster has set the bar very, very high. Logan, you got a TJ Hooligans gift card. And I guess that's where it'll end. But hey, that gift card will go a long way. Let's see if you can do better, Bryce. Come on. Get some Seltzer Fest tickets. I want both of you back here for Belmont Stakes. It's gone out of bounds. That's a penalty, Logan. All right, see if you can do better. Little short, shoot longer. Oh, Bryce. Oh my goodness, I think tonight's match goes to Logan. Congratulations, you got a gift certificate from TJ Hooligans. And do you have any words of wisdom for the crowd as far as race number 6 goes?
Yeah, I'm just number 6, the race? Oh. No, congratulations, Logan.
Bryce, you better go brush up on your beer pong. Congratulations. I'll see you at TJ Hooligans. You got 1 minute left to bet the 6th.
Nice job, buddy. Awesome.
They're at the gate. It's post time. And into the gate they go on an upset-laden opening night at Canterbury Park. The Alligator Hunter won the first race. That's the only favorite to win tonight. Races 2 through 5, 2 outsiders. The first pick 4 and pick 5 of the season paid well over 10 grand. Here is Sky Kid, the only first-time starter. The Kid with that red shadow roll. Backs off. Charlie Paints. Honorable Mischief is the 4-5 favorite. Good to have jockey Luis Fuentes back to Canterbury Park. Honorable Mischief and Fuentes. Digs and Diamonds, 15-1, last in. And they're racing. That firster, Sky Kid, began second last, but recovers to be 6 out of it. Meanwhile, the favored Honorable Mischief at 4-5 scoots clear by 2, gets down to the inside swiftly. That lead is less than 1, but it's Honorable Mischief in front. In second is Pearl Button, about a half length, maybe 3/4 from the front. After that, long shot Digs and Diamond. Then we come back to Charlie Paints. Charlie would have to paint a Picasso from 6 out of it, heading the wrong way. Sky Kid, the firster's on the move. The rider has the pink cap wide side. After that, Battlin' CJ, about 4 lengths clear from Sassy Mama. Then we come back to Minnesota Rose, who's running on fast. Way back in last is Blues Cross. Into the final furlong. The favored Honorable Mischief is in a battle. Charlie Paint surging on the inside, and behind them is Pearl Button. Into the final 50. Honorable Mischief has done enough to win. Honorable Mischief, the people's choice, prevails. Number 9, Honorable Mischief first. Second, 5, Charlie Paints. And a photo to settle show bets, trifectas, and superfectas. Stand by. The numbers 9, 5, 7, 6. And race 6 is official. Walking up to the winner's enclosure, Honorable Mischief and jockey Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, John and David Schlosser's Cliff Racing. And the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Honorable Mischief is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maximus Mischief out of Badge of Honor. Bred in Minnesota by Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick. The superfecta paid $26.59. That $1 exacta paid nearly 10-1. 50-cent trifecta, 32 and change. The double from race number 5, that 11-9 double, $69.60. And the pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $392.70. On to the 7th. It is the opening day penultimate. And in race 7, we have a couple in your programs who should be listed as geldings, numbers 2 and 4. 2 and 4 are geldings. Race 7 is courtesy of Quick Trip. When you need to fuel up, Quick Trip is your number one stop. Also, longtime Canterbury Park sponsor, the Minnesota Lottery. Check out our lottery booth on track level. It's by the grandstand entrance. And we also thank Dick Sanitation, Diageo, and Armadillo Decks. Race number 7, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. That firster, Sky Kid, began second last, but recovers to be 6 out of it. Meanwhile, the favored Honorable Mischief at 4-5 scoots clear by 2, gets down to the inside swiftly. That lead is less than 1, but it's Honorable Mischief in front. In second is Pearl Button, about a half length, maybe 3/4 from the front. After that, long shot Diggs and Diamond. Then we come back to Charlie Paints. Charlie would have to paint a Picasso from 6 out of it, heading the wrong way. Sky Kid, the firster's on the move. The rider is the pink cap wide side. After that, Battle in CJ, about 4 lengths clear from Sassy Mama. Then we come back to Minnesota Rose, who's running on fast. Way back in last is Blues Cross. Into the final furlong. The favored Honorable Mischief is in a battle. Charlie Paint surging on the inside, and behind them is Pearl Button. Into the final 50. Honorable Mischief has done enough to win. Honorable Mischief, the people's choice, prevails.
Honorable Mischief gets out in the lead, and this time she is able to close the deal. The People's Choice gets it done. A little sanity after some crazy races in the middle. We've got 2 great live races to go. The late daily double starts right here. And don't forget, we come back and race next weekend. The weather forecast looks spectacular. It's a holiday weekend, so you're off on that Monday. We're going to race Saturday at 5 and Pepsi Family Day. Next Sunday at 1 o'clock, we got pony rides, a petting zoo. Oh, the wonder of it all. Come out and see us at Canterbury Park. Head to canterburypark.com for all the details. Race 7 here, we got Minnesota Bred Allowance Company. These are some nice, talented horses. As I handicapped this race last week, I saw some real potential for stardom. Let's take a look at the field. We'll start on the inside with Midnight Royal. Chad Lindsay gets the call for David Van Winkle, a Hall of Fame trainer here at the park. Does most of his winter work at warmer places like Florida, but a trainer we can trust. And oh yes, a Tampa shipper. Now the pesky part of the equation for Midnight Royal is doesn't have a ton of speed, and I don't love the inside post, but trainer we can trust, jockey that can bring in prices, should be motoring in the late stages. Number 2 is Got Ghosted. Luis Fuentes, the jockey, looks to win back-to-back races for Bernal Roan this time. Showed speed last time out. That was a maiden victory back in September, so comes in off a win, is fresh, and some solid workouts to boot. Number 3 is Caught Off Guard, Constantino Roman for Joel Burnt. Now, this horse has faced some very nice competition. Look at the horse he ran into last time. Frosty View, a multiple winner, a horse that won a $100,000 stakes race here last year. Caught Off Guard will not catch me off guard. If I'm going to build a trifecta, it will include the 3 here, who I can't believe right now is double digits on the board for Joel Burnt. 4 is Superstar Swank. Sabalos gets the call for Mac Robertson. Showed some talent last year. This horse was good enough to win at first asking in his debut, which is not easy to do, and then ran a sneaky good 4th behind the aforementioned Frosty View in a stakes race. Do not sleep on the 4-horse. Fans early on a little lukewarm in the betting, but anytime I can get Mac Robertson at a price, I'm intrigued. 5 is Birdie Machine. Paul Allen, bullish on this horse, in from Fauner with early speed, and PA, if he gets this one home, is going to get paid. Nice price. 6 is absolutely the horse to beat on paper. This is Distorted Pro. The Novogratz stable here. Carmona the call. The Bug Boy with an Oaklawn shipper. Arkansas shippers have been tremendous so far tonight. Distorted Pro has early speed, and in my opinion, if you're going to do an exacta, try or superfecta, the 6 is a must use. 7 is Angie's Tout. This is General Battle Axe. If they go quick up front, watch out for this horse late. The 7 should be charging from the back of the pack for Tim Badilla and Alonso Quinones. Number 8, Sam Says, Luis Valenzuela for Joe Roberts. This horse has 3 career wins at Canterbury, has early speed, and should be right there when they turn for home. My top pick in the race will be the outside horse. I'm going to try Johnny Bigani. I like a 2-year-old, now a 3-year-old, so we've got progression there. Bigger, stronger horse. Looks good down here in the paddock, and I saw talent last year. When I watched this horse run, I really liked what I saw. I love the outside post, the connections, well, of course, Gallardo, Joel Burnt, enough said there. We trust them. Hey, taking a shot here at a price. Right now, that price is 5-1 on Johnny Bigani. Minnesota Bred Allowance Company. I'm going to head out to the winner's circle with my main man, Kip Rakes. We're going to give you a little Minnesota lottery love, a cool contest that'll take place here in about 3 minutes. And right now, the horses are leaving the paddock. They're getting set to go on the track. Don't forget to come back here for Seltzers on Belmont Day, which is June the 8th, 3 weeks from today. The Belmont Stakes from Saratoga. And Seltzers, yummy. Race 7 coming up, coming at you right now.
On to the John Deere main track for the 7th race. No scratches, no rider changes, and they will be there about 5 minutes from now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle, these are the lucky contestants for the Minnesota State Lottery Dash for the Cash. Here's the deal. If they have the winning horse placard, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets and free swag. Second and third place get free swag. Your name and where you're from.
Chris from Burnsville.
Burnsville, baby. I'm all about Burnsville. Black for power, gold for excellence. Your name.
Schaefer from Chanhassen.
How about those Chaska Hawks? How about that kid's hockey here? What a handsome devil. Your name?
Noel from Bloomington.
Jefferson or Kennedy?
Kennedy.
That's the right answer. I love that Ken Herbeck. All right, what do we got here?
We got Rory from Green Bay. Go Pack, go!
There's one in every crowd, and what we tell you is no pack, no, and get that 4-horse out of here. Now, tell me you're not from Wisconsin.
Never.
Your name?
Jackie from Prior Lake.
We love Jackie. She's a Vikings fan. Skull it up with that 5.
Luke from Wayzata.
The Trojans. And, these kids from Wayzata, they got it tough, man. He could use a little extra swag. I feel bad for those guys. Good luck to you.
Number 6. Freddie from Eden Prairie.
Freddie, I love it, man. EP. All right, we got the cool shades. This guy's got a nice vibe. Your name and where you're from?
Marshfield, Wisconsin. That guy's my coworker.
Uh-oh.
Go Pack, go!
I hope your horse runs last. Your name?
Sydney from Prior Lake.
We love the ladies from Prior Lake, and I love Johnny Bigani. Give the Minnesota gang a good round of applause. It's time for the Minnesota State Lottery Dash for the Cash.
That's what I was saying. That's what I said for Rick. But the guy, I seen him in the tunnel, he was jumping all around and the horse was being stupid. I was like, it's not your business.
Into the starting gate, and it is now race time for the penultimate opening night at Canterbury Park, season 30 of live racing. CanterburyPark.com to get squared away on our schedule. We have Bulldog racing next Sunday, a week from tomorrow. Distorted Pro, heavily favored. Johnny B. Ghani, last in. 9 in line.
The outside in?
Talk to us.
And they're racing, and they've broken a line in the penultimate. And on the outside, Sam Says with speed. That one's to the inside of a fast Johnny B. Ghani. Distorted Pro, the heavy favorite, right up in there, being ridden a bit to keep up. After that, it has got Ghosted, 4 lengths from the front and to the inside of General Battle Axe. General Battle Axe goes on the move. Rider looking for a triple. Behind them is Birdie Machine. About 4 clear from Superstar Swank. And that one is joined to the inside by Caught Off Guard. Got Ghosted is going in reverse in a hurry. And Midnight Royal is 9 lengths rearmost. They are approaching the top of the stretch. And round about the quarter pole, it is Sam Says holding on tenaciously to the inside of Johnny B. Ghani, and outside of that, Distorted Pro, the favorite, now beginning to extend strides, making it a line of 3, 5 clear from General Battle Axe, and they're into the final 150, and we're down to 2. It is Sam Says to the inside of the favorite, Distorted Pro, Sam Says, Distorted Pro beat Sam Says. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 6, Distorted Pro. 6871. And the 7th race is official. On to the 8th, our final live race. Opening night at Canterbury Park. In the 8th, scratch numbers 4 and 7. Scratch numbers 4, Uncaptured Warrior, and 7, Fayette Warrior. The final live race tonight, about 20 minutes from now. Our card casino. The casino at Canterbury Park is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you would like to try some blackjack or Texas Hold'em, plus many other games available. Into the winner's enclosure, Distorted Pro and Serafin Carmona. The winning owners, Nova Gratz Racing, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. The 8th race is provided by Continental Diamond and ContinentalDiamond.com. Likewise for JTR Roofing, a company you can count on to get your home exterior project done right and on budget. And they're racing, and they've broken a line in the penultimate. And on the outside, Sam Says with speed. That one's to the inside of a fast Johnny B. Gonny. Distorted Pro, the heavy favorite, right up in there, being ridden a bit to keep up. After that, it has got Ghosted, 4 lengths from the front and to the inside of General Battle Axe. General Battle Axe goes on the move. Rider looking for a triple. Behind them is Birdie Machine. About 4 clear from Superstar Swank. And that one is joined to the inside by Caught Off Guard. Got Ghosted is going in reverse in a hurry. And Midnight Royal is 9 lengths rearmost. They are approaching the top of the stretch. And round about the quarter pole, it is Sam Says holding on tenaciously to the inside of Johnny B. Gonny, and outside of that, Distorted Pro, the favorite, now beginning to extend strides, making it a line of 3, 5 clear from General Battle Axe, and they're into the final 150, and we're down to 2. It is Sam Says to the inside of the favorite, Distorted Pro, Sam Says, Distorted Pro beats Sam Says.
Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman back in the studio to close out opening night. We're 14 minutes away from race number 8. We do have a couple of scratches in the 8th, but before we get to it, opening day, Preakness Stakes, your thoughts?
Well, the Preakness Stakes is all about Dwayne Lucas. I mean, as an elder statesman out here in the press box, when you see an 89-year-old trainer, a legend in our game, have a horse come back in 2 weeks after winning the Pat Day Mile and run a brilliant race like Seize the Gray did today in Baltimore, I'm all for it. It was fabulous. Can't wait for what happens in 3 weeks. We go to Saratoga Racetrack, which you and I both love Saratoga.
We're going to try.
Belmont weekend's going to be spectacular. They're planning on being out here in 3 weeks. And the crowd out here, just seeing old friends. Angie's mom's in the house. Familiar faces in the paddock, right? I mean, it's a blessing to have this job. It's one of my happy places in the world for sure, and tonight lived up to the hype. How about you?
I completely agree. I've been looking forward to this day for quite a while, and it's really lived up to the billing. We're so glad that everybody could come out and join us for a beautiful night of racing. 8 competitive races, huge payoffs, especially in the early part of the card, and a good competitive way to close us out. Even though we have a 7-5 favorite, I still thought there were possibilities outside of Martini Blue. Now, the scratch of Uncaptured Warrior and Fayette Warrior definitely help your top pick, but you liked Martini Blue from the jump. How come?
Well, I just thought the horse could work out a trip. I'm like you. I looked at this race, and I had 18 different opinions at first blush. And so the more I looked, the more I kept coming back to Martini Blue. No, this is a horse that's let some races get away, so to speak, like been in position to win and hasn't closed the deal. But in a race like this where literally it's razor thin, it's a horse I know is going to be there. So am I going to make a win bet if this horse is lower than 2-1? Absolutely not. But when I'm building trifectas and superfectas, this is a horse I can key in those first couple slots. And then I'm with you. I think there are some long shots here that can hit the ticket and then give you a chance to turn maybe a 7-5 shot into a 5-1 shot. And that's the name of the game with the menu of wagering options that we have.
Right, and there's still possibilities with 7 left in the group. And I thought that a lot of money would go Martini Blue's way. So the way that I structured my pick 5 was playing horses against him because there was so much pace. And Martini Blue took a couple of swings at this level a couple of years ago. They didn't go so well, but now he's, of course, a more grown-up horse. And a lot will depend on Hiya and Citrus Bay. How much pressure they can apply to Martini Blue, because he likes to be calling the shots every step of the way. He has the speed to do so, but so do those outside too. And I guess that's what made me fall into the other Mac runner, Boat Song. He's currently 5-1. He's not going to be 5-1, but Boat Song did run a pretty good race, even though it doesn't look that great on paper because he broke so slow at Oaklawn. And those are good allowances. You can just see the purse money on it. He was in a tough group, and Boat Song made a good little move. He flattened out a bit, but he was beaten by good horses. It's easier to look back at his Canterbury races and like him a little bit more. He too has tried this level, and he finished second when we saw him last May. But Boat Song still to the outside, I thought, had a pretty good setup in his corner. Now, the question mark for me was Citrus Bay, the horse that I took second, because Citrus Bay has speed. Sometimes Citrus Bay blows him away, and then there's other times where Citrus Bay doesn't feel like punching the clock. But he still has the ability to run that kind of race that would win this and has the speed to keep the pressure on Martini Blue. So we both took him in second, but do you think that these two potentially get in their own race and run away, or what did you envision?
I think Citrus Bay is going to set off the pace. I think Hiya is the pace that really puts the pressure on Martini Blue. So I don't think it's going to be a free front end for Sabalos and Martini Blue. I think that Hiya is going to be out there. I think Citrus Bay gets a really good stalking trip. So when I'm looking to build some exotic wagers like an Exacta Try or Super, I migrate towards the 6. This 6 is going to be a price. This 6 showed us 2 races ago that this horse can pop 86 buyer figure. I don't care if it was a wet track. That was Oaklawn Park, and that was a similar level. This horse makes a ton of sense to me, so I am absolutely mixing the 6 into all my bets.
Yeah, and I definitely use him too for the reasons you mentioned. And I mean, Franklin Ceballos, what a night he's had. Oh. But on the outside, Serafin Carmona looks to sweep the late double. We both have this horse in the mix. Last time seemed up against it. I mean, it was 4.5. It's tough to close from 7th going 4.5 furlongs, but he made a steady enough run. The scratches hurt him more than they hurt our other 2 selections. But in the Arch, if things do get hot and heavy up front, has hit the exacta 18 of 31 starts.
Isn't that amazing?
And yeah, he just brings it, and he keeps coming and keeps coming. Would you use him underneath? I mean, we both used him in 3rd, or would you potentially use him on top?
If the horse is going to drift upwards, I see the morning lines at 6-1, and he's around that price right now. If he would get up in the double-digit area, I could take a swing. The problem for me is going to be, Yeah, there's some speed in this race, but this horse probably needs the pace to really melt down. And it doesn't look like that kind of pace, so I probably would lean towards using him underneath. I've already got the 6 that's going to be likely a double-digit horse. Mix in that 9, and then you're okay using the 3 and 8. If you're going to build a superfecta ticket, the 3 and 8 can both be in there. And then the other horse I kind of like, Ange, and I'd love your opinion on the 2 horse, 10th Street Don.
Yes, I've actually talked to one of the owners of 10th Street Don. Says he's a sound horse, steady horse, pretty straightforward. And watching his races at Turf Paradise, you get the impression that he too might need a little bit more pace than will be in this spot. But he does come out of similar company down there. We've seen some Turf Paradise horses run very well up here thus far. The horse that beat him last time came back and did it again. I just thought that 10th Street Don might need more pace than he has now. Same thing goes for In the Arch. Maybe even Boat Song if you think he falls far behind. Really, things swung in favor of Martini Blue when the 4 and the 7 scratched, but that price is, gosh, kind of what I thought it would be, so I did try to take some shots against him. But when all is said and done, we're here to gamble. We're here to get out in the last. What would be your play before I let you go?
I'm going to do a trifecta, and I'm going to key the 3 on top, and then I'm going to key 2, 6, 8, 9 with all in the final slot. So 3 with 2, 6, 8, and 9 in second, with the entire field in third. I'm going to need my 3 to win, and if that couple prices like the 6 comes second or third, we're going to turn that 8 to 5 shot into a 5 to 1 shot. How about you?
Well, there you have it. I'm going to do some exactas with the 6 and the 8 and the 9, and I'm going to see if maybe Martini Blue doesn't get a little tuckered out by the pace. It's not likely, but there's some good prices on horses who shouldn't be them. That's the way that we see the last. You see a lot of 3s and 8s on top with 7 minutes until the end. Thank you again, everybody, for coming out and joining us live and across the country. It has been a wonderful opening night, and we couldn't do it without you guys. We'll be back here next weekend. For Kevin Gore, Paul Allen, Jeff Madej, and myself, good night and good luck in the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a final time this evening, the incomparable stylings of Sir Leonard Dykert. Thanks, buddy. See you next week. He's the best. He's Len Dykert. And for the final race opening day, the allowance types walk onto the John Deere dirt track. Sands numbers 4 and 7 who stayed in their barns. 5 minutes. Hey, yo, what's going on? It's your track announcer, Paul Allen. And like Angela Herman said, just to double down on that, thanks to everybody for joining us here at Canterbury Park, or those of you nationwide. Wonderful, wonderful card this evening with pick 5 carryover potential here, but we also had pick 4 and 5 carryover potential earlier. Very loud crowd and very, very festive for opening night. Now, courtesy of Crown Royal, this is the Chaser. And with every good Crown Royal, you could use a Chaser. Or if you didn't have Seize the Gray in the Preakness and you got stuck like me with Catching Freedom, or maybe you haven't had a great night at Canterbury, this is your last opportunity right here. Thus, the Chaser presents number 8, Boat Song. This is a win bet. Number 8, Boat Song, raced against some really tough horses in a nice allowance race at Oakland Park. Came out of the starting gate like a Mack truck, rushed up, showing tremendous speed, and then just kind of ran in place the rest of the way. This group here might be a beatable group for Boat Song, so this one's 3-1, and courtesy of Crown Royal, your chaser to said Crown Royal is number 8, Boat Song. Let's make a little money. They've reached the starting gate, and it is now post time. Final live race this evening. And they move into the gate for the Carlisle. Martini Blue, 2-1. Boat Song, 2.5-1. Shares a home with Martini Blue. Hiya has gone in. North Arm Bay, pick 5 carryover potential there. Citrus Bay. And here is 10th Street Dawn. Boat Song now favored. Chaser Steam. Jock off.
We got a couple riders off. Uno Caballo, Alberto.
And here is In the Arch. 5-1.
Anybody on the ground get his tail? Well, we got nobody left.
All right. excellent opening night at CBY. And they're racing. And Citrus Bay pops out of the gate with terrific alacrity. Hi-Ya takes the lead to the inside. Hi-Ya, 3-1, takes the lead, runs away by 2. After that, Martini Blue, Boat Song made the start today and is about 3 lengths from the lead, a mile clear from In the Arch, who has been overtaken by North Arm Bay, and likewise for 10th Street Dawn. And the field is covered by 12 into the far turn, and they're chasing Hi-Ya. Hi-Ya leads it from Martini Blue, Boat Song 5 out of it, and about 4 lengths clear from Citrus Bay. After that, we have North Arm Bay, about 2 behind the other Bay. Then it's 10th Street Dawn, and In the Arch whips them in, and they're still chasing Hi-Ya, and it's Hi-Ya and Luis Fuentes trying to take them gate to wire. Outside of that, Martini Blue trying to leave them punch drunk. Boat Song is heading the wrong way, overtaken by North Arm Bay into the final football field, and Hi-Ya has put their backs against the wall, and Hi-Ya is gone. Hi-Ya wins. In the Arch flew from last to force a photo for second. The winner, number 5, Hi-Ya. The numbers 5, 139, 5, 139, into the winner's circle shortly after taking down the Sea of Sorrow purse. It is Hi-Ya. Couple of victories tonight for jockey Luis Fuentes. Hi-Ya is owned by Tyler Bowen and James T. Williams. Matt Williams is the winning trainer. The 8th race is official. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check out our website, CanterburyPark.com, for updates on our schedule. Live racing resumes a week from today at 5 o'clock, and our first Pepsi Family Day and Sunday of the season is a week from tomorrow, and we have Bulldog racing. The final payoffs available Our final pick 5 paid $3,069 for 50 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Canterbury Park's management team, those of us here in the Dark Star press box and our esteemed television department, we thank you wholeheartedly for making opening day, season 30 at Canterbury Park part of your plans, and we hope to see you very soon. If you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. And Citrus Bay pops out of the gate with terrific alacrity. Hi-Ya takes the lead to the inside. Hi-Ya 3-1 takes the lead, runs away by 2. After that, Martini Blue, Boat Song made the start today and is about 3 lengths from the lead, a mile clear from In the Arch, who has been overtaken by North Arm Bay, and likewise for 10th Street Dawn. And the field is covered by 12 into the far turn, and they're chasing Hi-Ya. Hi-Ya leads it from Martini Blue, Boat Song 5 out of it, and about 4 lengths clear from Citrus Bay. After that, we have North Arm Bay, about 2 behind the other Bay. Then it's 10th Street Dawn, and In the Arch whips them in, and they're still chasing Hi-Ya, and it's Hi-Ya and Luis Fuentes trying to take them gate to wire. Outside of that, Martini Blue trying to leave them punch drunk. Boat Song is heading the wrong way, overtaken by North Arm Bay into the final football field, and Hi-Ya has put their backs against the wall, and Hi-Ya is gone. Hi-Ya wins. In the Arch flew from last to force a photo for second.